Duhaga girls and Duhaga SS. So we need to end and as fast as possible to go and get entertained. Ladies and gentlemen, with the support from USAID Uganda and as part of the Domestic Revenue Mobilization for Development, DRM4D effort, Riponami Uganda has partnered with the local government and local politicians, the local leaders, on a project to improve the state of the services in Hoima City. You are aware the former municipalities, let's say Hoima municipality then, Mbarara, Fort Portal, Gulu, Jinja, Mbale, Masaka, Lira, Soroti, and Arua attained a city status in 2020. But for those of you who remember very well, Hoima City attained a city status around August. It is when we had Honorable Raphael Majezi coming here to inaugurate the city. It was in August 2020. So Hoima was among the 10 cities or municipalities that were elevated to cities. And with an objective that physical planning, implementation of activities and service utilization and the general administration will be better. Why these municipalities were elevated into a city status, we had a view, or government had a view, that administration, planning, and service utilization will be better. Cities zinu ikatandikwaho, cities 10, abakuba orujungu tujja kurwesiba umuno, ninyomu kama orujungu. Baitu tugenda kubaza endimi zona, abakuba harumu nabatakomanya orunyoro. Cities 10 zino buzatandikireho, ezimbaire nimbazaho, kikagenderwa nti obwebembezi n'okuteekaniriza embuga zino birahindukaho nibiba birungi. Tukusima Rwanga ngu na Hoima ekakomwamu yakuzibwa yafuuka site tukiterera mu ngalo ekyo. Habwokuba bwetakufookere site obundi na nyomba nkyali kasingo nka district inspector of schools orozere na nyeki esite kakikoboramu. I am here because Hoima City was elevated to a city status and therefore creating more jobs and opportunities. However, you are also aware that central government transfers of funds to local governments is insufficient when dealing with the needs of cities like these who are undergoing rapid urbanization. Ekibuga nke kya Hoima n'ebibuga ebindi ebitubalizeho ebyakozibwe ebyetaago by'abantu b'etawuni biba bingi muno. Muhure haredi yaho nibabaza akasasiro etulemere gimaraho omuruga bwa Hoima. Abakuombeka abandi bombeka na mukiro. Ogenda kwikayo ekyombeko kira woro plate. Physical planner na town clerk, they do not have enough resources to go to every part of the city. Kurora oha kuombeka nkaha kanda ina plani. Abamu abo sanga ni bombeka even in wetlands. Development going on in wetlands. But many times some of these people are not supervised. And resultantly, they spoil our city planning. Hati cities zino zikuba zine byetaago bingi nikietagisaho okuba na adequate resources to make supervision better and planning. In the face of inadequate funds, many urban areas cannot afford to cope with the demands of infrastructure development and public services, resulting in unplanned development and inability of urban authorities to deliver services that match the needs of their rapidly growing population. Nikyo kyombaire ninyi explaininga kigarana mu Rujungu. Abantu abokusanga nibombeka obwire bwona oba kwetagisibwaho, nibombeka amatara, garbage collection, netulemesa planning, enguudo zaitu okuteekaniza obutukuba tutayina esente ezikumara. Waitu, once a speaker, always a speaker. Nathan Kitwe Isingoma Amot, I recognize your presence, sir. Nuwe. Waitu nuwe mali. Waha. Amanyiru tukuyisane myaka. Baitu saizi niyo, baitu tali nuwe. Baini mweta Nathan Kitwe tali nuwe. Tali nuwe. Baitu amaga nkutangirire enkuruzere nyakutangira amaiso chali nigo buka kona myaka 5 plus obogende utandikire gende nayiwolikayo sekampora akoseka chali ngu tinki ahweza. Baitu nayiwe, you are also joining us, you are behind here. When you clock 50, this is when you realize. But I recognize your presence and arrival. And ladies and gentlemen, in early 2022, last year, omwaka gwahoire 2022, these new cities embarked on an initiative involving mapping and updating the existence of property valuation registers for the purposes of levying property rates, also with the support of USAID in Uganda as part of the DRM 4D projects. Abakuijuka kurungi mwaka gwahoire nywena muketebwa harubugaho mwaija baba sesinga kime mazire kuraba yokwo kwa sesinga ebyo bugayiga byanyu ba taking those records, bamaze kutekinga those records, hanyuma babeta bagamba wewe ekyombeko kyawe kino itwe tukibaziremu kikusobora kusasura omusoro guti. Hata kyombeko ekyo bokisasura omusoro obuhereza musite nibweyongezaho okusanga abantu abakucuracura n'obuhereza nibakeha abokuba emisoro bwekuba neija nesasa buli muntu amanyire kiki kyali supposed kukora bamugerekere omusoro oguli nigwo ogutali gwo okusorora. Tukwenda twetegerezangani omusoro kirungi abokuba mukusasura emisoro tutunga obuhereza obuterekerire, obuhereza oburungi. Buraba nosasura omusoro bakakulimira enguudo akagali kawo kakarabya harungi. Buraba nosasura emisoro bakakuteraho street lights mukaburu tukarugo muirima tukeeliminating abasuma. Obuhereza bujja kuba burungi, ebintu byawe nibirindwa kurungi, ebyo bugayiga byawe nibirindwa kurungi habwokuba emisoro okugisasura naiwe nuko otunge obuhereza. Omwaka gwahoire assessment egyo ekakorwa kandi mapping obuyakozerwe ntukonyerwa ekitongole kinu ekya USAID kandi ndituraba na munipo nami Uganda ekabane tukonyera naye kutukonyera to supplement on government effort in service and having fair tax for property owners in Hoima City. Because we are saying concurrently, Riponami Uganda launched this complementary project titled Services and Fair Tax for Property Owners in Hoima City. John Williams Byakagaba, the retired district planner, Hoima District Local Government, I recognize your presence and arrival. You are most welcome. Omusajja plano ogu yemeera abantu bano bakolole atuoki wange. Omusajja ogu akoleire district ya Hoima eno emyaka n'emyaka n'ategekera n'olubuga luno lulumu site takatandikire municipality takatandikire. John Williams Byakagaba, the retired now district planner. I recognize your presence and you're most welcome. And I want also to recognize one of our leaders and one of our organizers, Mukuru Isingoma, Robert. I recognize your presence. He's the one giving you those leaflets. Study those leaflets. Some of those leaflets, the information on those leaflets is what I have extracted and reading to you here. So be reading those leaflets. They are part and parcel of as to why we are here. I continue that the project is designed to strengthen dialogue and engagement between the city administration, the property owners, with a view to strengthen socio-physical compacts around service utilization and increase transparency and understanding related to the property evaluation process, to the revenue collection process, and how revenues are spent in our community. Ekigendeerwa kyaitu ky'okuba hanu kiri ky'okuba engaging, okubamanyisa biki ebyakozerwe omwaka gwahoire, assessment eyakozerwe kandi obu yakozerwe, esente ezigenda kurugamu ezibalirirwe kandi nebizirakora. Naiwe obe satisfied ng'omusoro gunkusasura ntayimaawo akanunko hano tekakyaro. Obu oba n'osasura omusoro kandi ekyokugusasulira n'okirora n'obagamba yongera ogundi omwaka gukwijja osasura habw'okuba ekyokusasura okukirora tinukwa barugonzebwa. Yes, ekyokusasura omusoro okukirora. But it becomes unfortunate when you are paying tax but the output is not easily seen. So project enu eroho okutwegesa obujunanizibwa bwaitu nka abahibe emisoro kandi n'emisoro kiki ekyegenda okuba netukoora. Tuwairige program yaitu ekujja kuba neribateeti arrival and registration. A good number of people have now arrived, and next on agenda is welcome remarks and introductions. Kandi niyo ndoho kubatangira kandi n'okumanyira abantu abanyakuyizire omu engagement yaitu enu. Nyowe bumba nimbaza na nyuma npikayo abukwandi musomesa. You're welcome. Aha, mwetegereze kurungi hati nawe. Aha, amaiso kuli gabari gatakwikayi kurungi. bamama bano bayinimanyirawo bayinochola zone wenka hati nainyo abandi mbatonyeize kurungi mwe bali muno kuyija bakamba orubuga bantu bakuru hati iwe mbayirige nkutonyeize ira naiwe mbayirige nkutonyeize ira oyiro no mbayirige takatonyeize kurungi hati I also recognize your presence. Ate nyina wengunu mutonyeize hano mama nkorozere kuli mbayire ntakuweza duruawo mbayita kuweza ninyo bakamba orubuga hati mbatonyeize mwebale kuyije kandi mbatangirire ekyo bukikuba kihoire tujja kubaho na remarks from the organizers, and the organizers will be led by Miss Henrietta Natukunda from Riponami, Uganda, and James Muhindo from USAID. They will give us some welcome remarks and as to why we are here. And after that, we shall receive remarks from the Principal Assistant Town Clerk, Mr. Kabiri Charles, who is here representing the mayor, the town clerk, Hoima City. And then after that, we shall have His Worship, the mayor, giving us welcome remarks at an opportune time. And then we shall also have, in between, we shall usher in the RCC, the resident city commissioner, Mr. Badru Mugabi, at a later time, will be ushered in. He's still chairing a meeting somewhere, but he has been here already. And after that, we shall have a representative from the residents, Mr. Sam Musinguzi, will give us some remarks, and they will be representing the residents in the city. Sam Musinguzi. Sam Musinguzi here? By show of hand? He's not yet here. But at an opportune time, possibly by that time he will have come. And then we shall have the representative of the property owners, represented by the host, Mr. John Magara. I believe if he's not in here already, I've not seen him, but since he's the host, he should be around the hotel here. And anytime, he will be jetting in here. Then after that, we shall have a break tea, and we shall resume after break tea with the youth and the persons with disabilities representative, Ms. Rehema Bategeka. Is Madam Bategeka here? Madam Rehema, wenyini, iwe nkutonyeize, nkumanyire iwe wenyini. Madam Rehema will represent the youth and the persons with the disabilities by giving us some remarks. And then we shall have again Mr. Kabiri Charles, the town clerk, for questions and answers. We shall expect you to have some questions and answers, and Mr. Kabiri Charles will chair that session. And then finally, we shall have closing remarks from the organizers, from the mayor, the RCC, and as we shall inform you. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I take the honor to continue welcoming you to Hoima City, to this half-day engagement on the property tax or property rates as per the 2005 Act of the Property Rating Act. And we shall be giving you the details, but the details are those abakuru nywena abanyakuyizira bakamba orubuga meya akagamba ngu tuombeka abantu bombeka orubuga. Egi niyo slogani ya meya yayizire nayo ngu tuombeka abantu basobole kuombeka orubuga. So nainywe abakamu b'orubuga runo ninywe muina kuba engaged, mwetegereze property tax nikyo kiki, bihimba, mucheri, rundi kikaba kawunga. Mazire kwetegereza property tax nikyo kiki, oyetegereze omugaso gwo kusasura omusoro ogwo nyowe nka mukamu wa business nkuganyirwa munta nkugoba muki okurora omusoro ogwo bugukuba gusasuirwe nyowe nkowe minyeto itu abantu abayinaho obulema obutukusasura emisoro egyo because we also own property around the city tukugabinyirwamu tuta magoba gatukuihamu. Orede kugambire nti government omwaka gwe 2020 ekakuza ebibuga 10 kuruga ha municipality yabiteeka harulengo olwa city. Baye Hoima yasanera asigara baitu nanyu mwasimbe ikuli in your own way. Hoima bagiteeka on board nayo in 2020 bagiteekaho tukaba tuli mu phase eri ebagamba ngu ebibuga bino turakozaga biti mwaka gukwijja tulikuza biti ne muguligahondera tulikuza giti na biti naito Hoima niho twabaire baite bya Ruhanga akora ngabo kuba Ruhanga akahanga Hoimenu n'obwegendereza muno akabambo akabana hanga Hoimenu akabanzi yehona akatuyo yagihanga n'obwegendereza muno. Ruhanga yaragira ngwa Hoima etekwa kuba mu phase yokubanza in 2020 from nowhere na parliament kitagiyeyo Hoima city declared a city status. Hoima municipality never declared a city. Rafael Magezi na ijahanu mkomunana na gelonchinga amazire gelonchinga naitwe ntweyunga habibuga bindi mwenda ebimba someiregeho enyuma ntubaba 10 hati municipality na city bikwawukana mu mikore yabi omubusubi buli tukaba tuli under Hoima district obutwafokere city we became independent. We are no longer affiliated to Hoima district. We are now an independent local government equivalent to a district. And the mayor has all the powers equivalent to the chief administrative officer. The town clerk has all the powers equivalent to mayor LOC5 or the district chairperson. The town clerk, chief administrative officer. Same scale and same everything. And therefore, we became autonomous. Now that we are autonomous, now that we are not under Hoima district local government to plan for us, therefore we need to plan for ourselves. We need to get resources by ourselves. Revenues should be collected from within Hoima city boundaries, not outside. And that is why when it comes to the elections which are going on now, we are just observers, well-wishers. Bagurusi baitu baliyoku bakusindika mukaruru. Itwe Hoima city tukuhuliriza buhuliriza muzeyi bakuniganga naitwe tuli baana bakuwaka bali bakatuzaara itwe ntuhuliriza buhuliriza. We cannot intervene. Now, therefore, administration, planning of resources, infrastructure development is now on us as Hoima City. And thus, a need to call you, our stakeholders, on this civic engagement, so that you know the need for this property tax and why you should really pay for this tax and what it will do after you have paid it. Service delivery improvement. Nikyo tuteerayo obundi n'obundi ebibaraza zezo okwezi kwahoire enyuma aho ekibaraza runde kimeza kikaba Muhoima West City Division. Muhoima mukibaraza ekyo abakozi tuhereza accountability mu bantu baitu, to the stakeholders. Engudo mu mwaka gw'ebyensimba guhoire zirahe zikozerwe ngwa tukozere orugudo orwakyaro biyamba tugambiro karukora di orugudo rwakyaro biyamba rukutwaranka akachwe kaki ni murukora emotoka nginu kankuterema na mafuta tugende turule muramu arukozere bagamba iwe ikara hansi. Accountability. Kandi abataka ba stakeholders ninyo bakambobo urubuga runu abo kuba ninyo muha emisoro oro bakuba nagamba tukakora urugudo rwa kyaro biyamba kandi nawe niho ruga chairman LC wanu wa kyaro biyamba omanyiti rukako ruwaga bakuba nibakudupa ndogamba gendo dupo muntu ondi kyaro biyamba temwine kimwaka koragayo tuombekere masomero duaga secondary school tutekero kali na isatu ngwanji mwagiteka nka kali na isatu ngo mwaka gwe byezimbi gunu hati iwe nekizibu ikara hansi busayo kali nayo ni mwakombekere. Ege niyo accountability we give to the people. Accountability of what services have been done in a given financial year. What plans do you have in this running financial year so that the stakeholders can come in and touch in, intervene, and also provide guidance? Aho omusoro gwawe niho guba n'ogurorera. Government will continue inviting you for these annual engagements so that we have improved service delivery at all times. Tukwenda estate yaitu, tukwenda urubuga rwaitu, ruikale ruri rwechumi, urubuga rwaitu rukurakurane buli kaire kandi ntuengejinga ba stakeholders ntulibatira hamu. Ekyo buturake chikora, then we shall have improved service delivery. Mugurusi John Magara, I recognize your arrival and your presence. You're most welcome. Mutumutero mungaro ntumutangira. Hatika nukankabaze kantu bantu babunyoro. Kani nkabaza mu runyoro. Atamanyiro runyoro mbwenuro aija genda na baramugambira. John Magara tukukusima. Kutuletere kiombeko nka kino hanu owanyu. Hoima Buffalo Hotel hati n'obwokuba nka aheeru ya Uganda bakugibazaho kandi omwana gyombekere mwana waitu hano mwana nzalwa nk'olubugo esaaha eno bundi tukuba ntugenda Masindi nibagamba olukola tonkarono katubatwale Kampala baitu hati now Kampala is here ate kikutwala Kampala services ezikira hano zirinka kiriyo tikikyaliyo our very own brought this facility here Hoima Buffalo Hotel. We recognize your presence and your arrival and we really appreciate we as the people of Hoima, the people of Munyoro and the people of Uganda. Thank you so much for coming and I believe you have a story to tell. You don't need to laugh around to come up with such a magnificent structure. You must be a committed person. Omuntu akubyama esanka mwenda gwekiro n'okora. Abantu ababunyoro bakutugamba twege kukora. Saye mune kichweka yaro bagyo osindikirira oturo hata obwo entayira ijeta. Obuyiro obu buli bukora balancing kintu kirakire nankateka izire basi yange na egezerega ruwateka izire project nanka ente zange nanka. That is the thing. Obuyiro obu bukora evaluation of the day 12 oli muharagi na Ruhanga konyera abo bonka bakwe konyera Ruhanga biro bina kahinduramu tutuli hano kwegesebwa bya property tax baito omusoro tojja gusasura no bya 11. You will have nothing. For us as people of Bunyoro, for us as people of Hoima, to benefit from you, you must work hard and own property. Once you own property, then we shall also improve on infrastructure of the city. Service delivery will improve. Tukwenda abantu abaina property eri worth some good millions. Hati twajja ku-evaluatinga property yoina $1,000,000. Hati $1,000,000 tulayihamu musoro gwa bwingiki. Bakugamba omusoro gwa property tax is between 0 and 12%. Hati obutula kuyaho omusoro guli between 0 and 12%. Aho no twasemeza akagudo tukakatera kolasi mu busente obwo. Tukwenda abantu nka 58 abaina projects nkazino. It is possible if we learn to work. If we learn to work hard. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether we have some music interlude as I make a few consultations with the organizers. Thank you very much, and I continue to welcome you to this very important engagement. Thank you. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, once again, recognize the LOCF 1 chairperson Kiganda 1, Miss Grace Mary Kasoro Atuoki, aka Jogo. Wewale mno kuija kanta ku alinka? Aha. Wewale mno kuija tukutangirire. Hati nitugenda kutandika program yaitu. Let us begin officially by singing the anthems and then a prayer. Shall we stand up for the national anthem? Oh, Uganda, may go the poor. Thee will lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Bunyoro Kitara tukugonza olinyina itwe itwabana bihanga abakutamwe kiti nisa lero tura koraki tukugize mukama anitwiju kekitinisa kihangalya itubu nyoro bunyoro kitara tukugonza olinyina itwe nitwabana bihanga abakutamwe kiti nisa. Prayer.
Lord, we thank you for having brought us to HB Hotel safely. We pray for your intervention in this workshop, that you give us the wisdom to discuss issues relating to property tax properly. And we pray that we, the property owners, gain something from this workshop. We praise you and we thank you through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Can you clap for her? After that ambush, get seated. I have ambushed her, but she has done it very well, 100% plus one. Thank you very much. And I had to trust in you because we've been together since 80s. So therefore, thank you so much for that prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, officially we begin our program, and it is on this note that I invite the organizers of this half-day engagement, Madam Henrietta Natkunda from Riponami, Uganda, to come over here and give welcome remarks. You're most welcome, together with your colleague James Muhindo from USAID. So wherever you are, the mic is yours. Come and deliver the message. Thank you. You can use the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you for coming together to share this important event. I'd like to acknowledge all protocol observed. Thank you for accepting our invite. It's happy to see a great turn-up. By the names of Natkunda Henrietta from the company called Riponami Uganda. Riponami Uganda is an organization that believes and trusts in transparency, traceability, and trust. What we mean is that with Riponami Uganda, we believe in transparency, that is being open and honest. And we can only be open and honest by sharing what property tax is. We want to be honest with you, to share with you what property tax is, how it is calculated, where it is derived from, its basis of assessment and everything. Because we believe that once we're open with you and you know all the information, it will be easier for you to understand why you have to pay this, the benefits of it, the consequences of not paying it. We also believe in traceability. Traceability is when we are able to, when the taxpayers, the citizens are able to actually trace where the taxes where the money you've paid in taxes has been spent, okay? Because you as a person, you have a right to know where your money is going. You have a right to to ask for accountability of your taxes that you have paid. And this can be done through your local leaders. You can be like, yes, you collect this amount of taxes. Can we see what the taxes have been able to do? And I believe that if you're paying your taxes fairly and openly and in the right amount, there's no reason why the local leaders or the government will refuse to give accountability for them. And then we also believe in trust. Because where there is traceability, where there's openness, where there is accountability, there's always trust. Those three go hand in hand. So where there's trust, when you're honest and open, we're able to trust each other, and with trust, there is more compliancy in tax collection, in tax payment, and accountability. We believe that when these three major things are in place, then everything will move on smoothly. We will be happy with our taxes, with our services provided. Because I'd like to inform you that this thing of taxes and services, it's teamwork. You know, it begins from you to help the government give you the services that you need. If you do not pay your taxes, if you do not pay fairly, then the services in your areas will not be improved. So it is, it's more of a I scratch your back, you scratch my back situation. Help me help you. I hope that helps. Because if you don't pay your taxes, or if you do not declare them fairly, the government won't have money. Whether it is at local level or national level, the services will not be great. This is my first time in Hoima, and it is a great city, so I believe that we have good taxpayers. Because without revenue, I don't think it will be as beautiful as it is. I'd like to thank you for that and appreciate that. Without any further delay, I would like to introduce my partner, James Muhindo, to come and give a word.
Thank you very much, Henrietta. The mayor, the town clerk, members of the political and technical wing of the city, representatives of the business community, property owners, all protocol observed. Good morning. My name is James Muhindo. I work with USAID as the public-private dialogue specialist and the DRM 4D project, that is Domestic Revenue Mobilization for Development. USAID DRM4D is a 5-year project that started in 2020 and is running up to 2025. As a project, we have 3 components under which we are supporting government to improve revenue mobilization. The first component is called tax policy. The second component is tax administration. And the third component is public-private dialogue. Under component 1, which is improving tax policy, we are supporting the Ministry of Finance to come up with laws and policies and also design strategies that can help government at national level and subnational level to improve revenue. And at that level, we are also supporting the Ministry of Local Government to support the same effort at subnational level. Under tax administration, we are working with URA to improve a number of things related to tax administration. And as part of the design of the project, we chose the 10 new cities as have been well elaborated by the Master of Ceremony, which include Hoima, Mbale, Soroti, Lira, Gulu, Arua, Masaka, and others, to support these 2 components as well. So we support the new cities in respect to tax policy, the local legislations, and those at the Ministry of Local Government that support local revenue, and also tax administration related interventions. More specifically, as has already been mentioned, we've done quite some work in supporting valuation of properties, registration of businesses. We've supported the Revenue Department in a number of ways, and we continue to carry on this work in different capacities. But why we are here today is under the third component, which I lead, and that is enhancing public-private dialogue. There is a lot of attention given to government, both the political and the technical wing, when it comes to revenue mobilization. But actually, this revenue is collected from the citizens. And if the mayor here and the town clerk sit at their offices and do whatever they have to do, whatever is humanly possible, but the citizens don't cooperate, they cannot raise that revenue. That's why DRM4D believes that we have to make it a point to engage as much as possible the private sector, the business community, the citizenry, the local leaders in the discussion around tax policy and tax administration. It makes a difference for you to hear from the proprietors for hotels before you collect hotel tax. One of the unique things that have emerged in our continued engagement with private sector, I could use the example of hotels now that I've picked on that. There are cases, especially here in the Albertine Graben, where services are provided to either oil companies or their subcontractors, and these contractors have a way of payment where once you invoice, they have a number of days before which they honor that invoice. Isn't that the practice? So because of that, you find, for the sake of URA, once an invoice is issued in EFRIS, they expect money on the 15th of the following month, yet because of the unique nature of the clients you're serving, that invoice may be honored in 2 months' time, but URA is already demanding for money. And you have situations where service providers, whether they're in hotel or other service industry, are grappling with URA, trying to explain to them that the clients we are serving pay after between 60 and 90 days, so you can't expect us to pay this tax 15 days after we have issued the invoice. So such unique challenges help the local government and also URA to structure how they are going to administer different taxes so that they do it in a way that is convenient both for the private sector but also convenient for the city in terms of planning, so that they know when HB Hotel gives services to, say, Total or Sinok, you know that they will not be paid until after 60 to 90 days. So don't expect to collect the tax on that until that period. So these are conversations that we are continuing to have as a project, organizing meetings both at national level and subnational level to have URA, local governments meeting with private sector and identifying some of the unique issues that help both the taxpayer and the tax administrator. So under our public and private dialogue component, we have a number of sub-recipients who we gave grants to implement certain aspects of the project. Some at national level, such as Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, Accord, Siatini, and then some at subnational level, including Riponami, EPSEDEC, and also business associations like UMA and UZIA, which brings together small-scale industries. So specific to the support that is bringing us here today, we are alive to the fact that property tax is the biggest revenue stream for local governments, especially urban local governments. And we thought beyond supporting the valuation, let's also have a component where we enlighten those that have been assessed and rates placed on their properties to discuss with the city, to share their opinions, to share their views with those who will be collecting that tax. And for Hoima City specifically, we have had engagements in this city with a number of stakeholders, looking at the numbers that we've reached as a result of this intervention, of the so many sales and wards spread across the 2 divisions of the city. Riponami and their team have reached over 140 villages, interfacing with local leaders, LC1s, some who may be here today, interfacing with different special interest groups to pick their views on how best property tax can be administered, how best it can be collected, and they're going to prepare a report with this information. But that being said, they've also used various media, radio stations, newspapers, online platforms to share more information about property tax, what is expected of a property owner in terms of paying, who's eligible to pay, who is not, and that has culminated into this civic engagement meeting where for 3 to 4 hours this morning, we are going to discuss the taxpayer, speaking to the leaders here at the front, and them sharing their views about how best we can optimize what we get from property tax. So without extending my time to speak, I would like to thank you all for making time to be part of this event and setting your time aside to come and be part of building not just Hoima, but the country at large. Because when Hoima grows, the country grows, and others benefit from the effort that is being done here. We've had cases where, as I think the town clerk and the mayor may get to share, where other cities are starting to move from one city to another to try to benchmark what is being done right. So as Hoima, as you continue to offer leadership and excel at revenue mobilization, service delivery, we hope that this is something that is going to set an example for other cities, other municipalities, other town councils to come and see how it can be done, how possible it is for local revenue to be used to develop a city. So thank you very much once again for setting time aside to be part of this, and I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. James Muhindo from USAID. Kandi Murinyoro, ebigambo byone byabalize ngenda kubigarukamo mu seconds 30. Project eno y'emyaka 5 banira kuba nehuwaho by 2025. Ina components nyingi ho kandi harumuna okuteekaho obulyo obukurura ngu emisoro egerekerwe ebaire nungi kandi esaswirwe abantu batakucura kandi bwesaswirwe abantu batunga n'obuheereza. Nikyo muri hanu okubeekaguzaho okurora nti emisoro egenda gerekebwa rundi egerekeibwe ekozere kurungi abantu babagerekere emisoro ehikire kandi ne sente zirugiremu zikozere ebintu ebiriyo nuko turole Hoima City nekurakurana. Mukyara Henrita Natukunda nawe agambire gengu gubaire murundi gwo kubanza okuyika mu rubuga rwanyu hano n'obwaraba ruhuraga akabataka ikawoga hano bayitabwa property tax emulesere okururangu yabanayinywe abantu ba Hoima yagambe emisoro n'okugihamu kurungi nesigikira hangiga 3 obwesigwa okuhereza embalira n'okora hamu nizengiga 3 emisoro enu egenda kusigikirawo trust, accountability and teamwork. Ebyo ne bigambo bibaire bya Madam Natukunda. Kandi hali babayindi bahereza bintu ebyo abantu bana babiri. We received 2 dignitaries who jetted in at HB International Hotel. One is the Speaker, Hoima City Council, Honorable Isingoma Edward Amoti. Obugaro obwo Amoti tibukumara. Amoti bali muno kuyija. Obohura hati kanse tekaine. Etaina ye bikonyogyo. Kebi mwahuraga myaka yenyumeri. Mukwijuka? Isingoma Edward Amoti niwaikaliza oruchulero olwo. Another important dignitary that jetted in, Her Worship the Deputy Mayor, Sylvia Nalumaga. Obwotateekawo bali esiima tasemererwa. Akiki is also with us. And therefore, I take this singular honor to welcome Her Worship the Deputy Mayor, Madam Sylvia Nalumaga Baliesima Akiki, and in that order. That is the order. Her Worship the Deputy Mayor, you're most welcome. And is flanked by the Town Clerk, Hoima City, represented by Mr. Charles Kabiri, also Akiki. So, ladies and gentlemen, to remind you, I'm Johnson Kusima Baingana, Akiki also. the city education officer for this mighty Hoima. You are most welcome. And now, as we move on with our program, the Mayor, Hoima City, Honorable Brian Kaboyo, has a speech and which is going to be projected. And after that speech, welcome speech from the mayor using a projector. Honorable Brian Kaboya is not with us as of now, but his speech is already prepared on the projector, and we are going to listen to it. And after listening to his welcome remarks and other issues he will be telling us, then I will invite the town clerk to also give his remarks. Technician, take us through the mayor's speech. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Brian Kaboyo is my name. Sometimes I put on Adiere because our praise names are important. I'm the city mayor of Hoima, and I'm honored to be here. I want to welcome everyone, our partners, USAID, DRM4D, the chief of party, the team from USAID. I want to appreciate also the people from the taxpayers who have come here to be part of this engagement. It is very important. As the city, we want to always be accountable to our taxpayers because we know they value a lot to this city and the development and service delivery of this city. Hoima City, through the support of USAID, carried out property evaluation of all properties in the city. And I want to appreciate USAID for the work well done, because it's not only Hoima City, but also all the 10 cities. I say this because I'm the dean of the 10 city mayors, so I want to appreciate USAID for the work done to make sure the cities improve domestic revenue and be able to provide services to their citizens or their voters. Hello, everyone.
Let me hope that the mayor has talked to us and he has been brief and to the point. But since we have our worship the deputy mayor, we can have some more light and welcome from our worship the mayor on top of the mayor's speech. Your worship, you are most welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Our town clerk, speaker, our partners, our landlords. Good morning, everyone. Sylvia Nalumaga Valiesima Kiki, the deputy city mayor. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you in this engagement. You are most welcome. In a special way, I want to thank the partners for organizing this engagement and for bringing us together once again, because it's not the first time, but we thank you for the efforts put in. We've had remarks from my boss, the Lord Mayor. I want to bring in greetings from him and apologies for not being with us now because of other engagements, but he will be joining us at any time before we end this engagement. We want to thank you, our landlords, for the commitment and for coming in this engagement. We are proud of you. You know, this city is yours. The city, what makes the city is you, the landlords. You, the investors, you are the one who make the city we want. So in a special way, I want to thank you for partnering with us, for supporting us, and for being obedient to whenever we need you. Mulingo gwembaganiza nkwenda kuongera hiraka okusiima abalandlords habwobwire mukuteekamu nabo bukwija buli mirundi yona ebitubeeta. Nkukusangira ekigambirwaho abagambire abamu that in this engagement we want to share, tukwenda okuhangana amagezi, okuhanuura, okurora tworobezanga inemu tuta omuhiwa omusoro guno kandi n'ogwa kusoroza omusoro guno nukwo turole nti omulimo gwayanguha kandi n'emirimo ya gavumenti yakorwa kurungi. Sometime back this year we made a commitment in the engagement twabaire with a few landlords who attended committing twagamba going forward nti tujaga kubaho n'okweraganiza rundo kwe committing kiki ekitugenda kukora mu mwaka ogwo omusente ezikuba zirugire mu property tax. Nkokusanga ekigambire nti omusoro guno kwangu haina kuba mu bwesigwa okuba mu accountability n'okukora hamu habwokuba tukakizora nti omuntu bw'okuba otamanyire sente z'okusasura rundi omusoro gw'osaswire gukozere kirundi gukora ki nikiguma okwongera okusasura omurundi gwa kandi. But itwe city leadership we are committed okwikara ntukora accountability ha sente zikuba zirugiremu baitu tutakakozera accountability nituba na engagement nke nitwina nitubanza okumanya need yaitere nkaha nimutuha amagezi ntuhangana amagezi ntirundi tukole kinu rundi tukole kinu. Then we commit ourselves ntitugenda akole kintu ekyo omusente ziraba zirugiremu. We come back again, we give you accountability. Esente zirugiremu, estimate zirazikozere zirazahikirire, then nitusobora nabiki ebitukuba tukozere. Nitunihire kyo kigenda kutukonyera okukwataniza hamu tukarora twayombeka site yitukwenda kandi twayogondeza no mu rubuga rwaitu. Apart from the commitment, we realized that we even have challenges obundi omunsasura. Tukwenda kusiima our partners they said kutukonyero n'okukwataniza twayijaho na system empyaka eyesente zino kuba nosasura online rundi nosobora okusasura halokali hona habukwa obundi kyabaga kigumu muno omuntu kuleka emirimo yawo haloli obundi oli safari obundi ki okurora nti wasasura esente ezo. And on top of that hanyuma y'okusasura you get a message ekuleka nti your money has reached. Ekyo kyonka it is confidence nomanya nti sente zange zinsaswire omusoro gusaswire gutahire. And ensonga eni kutukagambire why we are here tukwenda hanyuma ya evaluation yabaireho okuongera okusharinga abokuba there are people abatafunira omugisa to come at our desk obwakabaroho obwire obwo omuntu wayijaga kudiscussinga na kiki ekibaire kikozereki esente rundi evaluation ebakozereho. So I pray in this engagement to discussinge kurungi tuyihe ensonga zone ziratukonyera nukwo kurora nti twarubata kurungi kandi nabatuteiremu sente our partners barora nti ekigenderwa kyabo kihikirire. Ningumya ekyo kigenda kusoboka because mwikaire muri cooperative muno twikaire ntukoragana kurungi kyonka tekibene nikiburamu nizo engagement zine zikwikara nezibaho obundi ari mu gap tutakumanya nkaha na nkaha. So nebigambo ebyo nkwenda okubagondeza discussion enungi turoho we are ready kugarukamu ekiraba kyetagise kusobora kandi we are committed kuongera kuba na such engagements nebibaraza nebindi nkebyo okwikara twikara tu updatingangana rundi tuyambangana challenges ezitukuba ntwitirana So I wish you a good discussion, and I pray we achieve the objective of this engagement for God and my country.
A very big applause to the Deputy Mayor. And her speech makes the official opening of this session, and therefore this engagement, civic engagement, has officially been now opened by Her Worship, the Deputy Mayor. Now, on technicalities, what is involved and how it was done, I invite the town clerk, Mr. Kabiri Charles, to come over and make his remarks in as far as this matter is concerned.
Thank you very much, Director of Programs. Johnson Kusima Vaingana is at a level of a director. He is no longer a master of ceremonies. He was elevated to that level. I want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone here present for this engagement. And I do recognize the key categories of our invited guests: the RCC in absentia, the city mayor in absentia, and the deputy mayor present, the division mayors. I saw at least His Worship Ruhigwa Robert Chomuhendo, the landlords, those are the property owners, the LC1 chairpersons, residents and people with disabilities, and the elderly. In the special way, the team from USAID, Domestic Revenue for Mobilization, Ripo NAMI, and the Uzuri Advertising Limited, and all the staff of the city present here. Ladies and gentlemen, this civic engagement is a moment for dialogue between Hoima City and the taxpayers. Today, on a special attention to the importance of property rights and its contribution to service delivery. Besides, let us use this event to reflect on service delivery challenges which we are faced with, and how best can rely to improve on the service delivery needs and the demands at hand. This event comes not by accident. It's part of the sensitization effort to bring more awareness about property rights. We want to thank the partners for continuous engagement, especially USAID. We thank you very much for this. Now that we have the process of the property evaluation concluded, this property evaluation was concluded June of this year, and we are now ready to start implementing the evaluation role, which we have already started. I believe our landlords have started receiving demand notes, and we need to reaffirm our commitment to pay property rates timely and willingly. And the city, to reassure the taxpayers, we really assure the taxpayers that we are putting the collected property rates money towards service delivery requirements as planned. I want to make special thanks to our development partners, as you said, as mentioned, DRM4D, Chief of Party, and your team of collaborators, Uponami and Unziri Advertising Limited, for having supported us financially and technically right away from the start of property valuation exercise. And all these sensitization efforts towards increasing property taxpayers and the cooperation rendered. For all our taxpayers here present, we want to thank you on a special note for the continued cooperation in making Hoima City a better place for all of us to live in. Ladies and gentlemen, tax has never been, it is rarely appreciated unless we continue engaging you as we are here today. If we continue engaging, I request that we do not get tired, because these engagements are going to be ongoing. Especially, it is likely to be on quarterly basis, so that we keep evaluating the challenges, the progress and challenges, and forging way forward on the challenges encountered during implementation of this property law. We have already started, as I've said, and the challenges have started coming in. So this is the engagement, this is the platform for those who have encountered so far, to bring them to our attention so that we are in position to address them and we move together for the betterment of Hoima City. We can change this city, I believe so. Mr. Magala has already made a landmark. We have grown in this town. You remember the picture which used to exist here, the kind of a building. I don't know whether, Mr. Magala, you took that in one of your pictorials. Should be in a position to project for us here how this place used to look like before this building was put in place. You do not believe that this is the Hoima that we are living in now. And I believe that we are going to make it better and better because of the able leadership that we have in place. The NRM government is very much ready to take us to another level. Just as you've seen, technology advancement is at a high rate. We can now get a word from the mayor even when he's in absentia. And this is in the NDP 3. So do not take, whatever is taking place here is planned for. And we need to embrace it as stakeholders. The mode of payments have changed in order to address issues of accountability and transparency. That's why we are going digital. Us having gathered here, we have a role to mobilize others to embrace the new changes that are on now. The mode of payment is a bit, as of now, challenging people, but this is the only way to go in order for us to achieve accountability and transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I take this opportunity once again to thank you for having given in your time, the precious time. Our Director of Communications mentioned it. The time that we put in is the one which determines our destination. That's why I take this opportunity to thank you for putting in time and come for this engagement. And we request that you continue coming for this engagement whenever the leadership of His Worship Mayor Brian Kaboyo calls us upon, the chairpersons, LC1s, you have done wonders for mobilizing our people to ensure that this city is put at another level. Thank you very much for coming, for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the town clerk, represented by Mr. Kabili Charles, the Principal Assistant Town Clerk, Hoima City, with that elaborate speech. Ladies and gentlemen, one, I saw the Mayor Hoima West signing in there, but I've not recognized where he's seated, but at least I saw him entering. Where is he? When he comes in later, we shall recognize his presence. Like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, as a program director, allow me explain pertinent issues that the town clerk has raised in Runyoro Rutoro. Agambire ngu town clerk agambire amazire kubatangira no kubasima mu byona bimukora mu rubaga runo. Yagamba ninyo abantu bakuru kandi Hoima City bwerabere kakura karugayo tuyina kuyikara ntubeta omunkurato nkazino habukuba n'emisoro eraba nerugamu agambire ngu neija neetagisibwa okusasurwaga omubwire timely kandi ogisasule nogonza willingly hataroho okuhambirizibwa kuona kandi nawe yayiraga ngu byona ebirarugamuga emisoro erarugwamuga yona eno neijaga kukolesebwa ha bintu byonyini ebiplaningirwe okukolesebwa nuko orubuga rwaitu rusobole okuba nirukurakurana ha speed ekwetagisibwa. Yasima aba Riponami Uganda habu busagiki bahaire mu ntekaniza enu nokurora ngu assessment ya property tax yakorwa okwika hakiro kino. Yagamba ngu emisoro omusoro gwikara guli musoro busaho abantu abakiro bwingi busaha sasore misoro nagonza musoro gwikara guli musoro oyihireho kakusangwa abantu oyikara nobeta okubegesa okubamanyisa okubayijukiza oburungi bw'omusoro kandi n'omusoro biki ebigukora bw'okora ekyo abantu nibasobora kuyikiriza okusasura emisoro. Kandi yagamba ngu na gavumenti ya Hoima City enyakoro henu eyina obusobozi oburungi kwekulembera abantu kandi n'okuyikara nebamanyisa biki ebikugenda mu maiso na muno muno ha tekinologiya eizire eyokusasura emisoro n'oraba ha mikutu ekyo nakyo kigambire ngu it is the way to go. Nabwekyo mu bugufu nibyo ebyo kitinisa town clerk atugambire. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us continue with our program, and at this juncture allow me invite another person to give us his remarks in the names of Mr. Sam Musinguzi. If you are here, come over to the podium representing the residents of Hoima City. You come and give your remarks to the audience. You're most welcome, Mr. Sam Musinguzi, and the floor is yours.
Webale muno, programs director, town clerk, deputy town clerk, mayor, protocol observed. Amabara, bakunyeta musingu samba sandara, ndi chairperson wa Kibingo Upper Cell, Kibingo Ward, Hoima West Division, mbe chairperson, miaka 5, hati ntandikire kisanje kinde kibatuongeze nyuma tukitandikire mpora mpora. Mwikirize ntangire nsime abariponami Uganda haboko tweta hamusomo guno ogwa ebyemisoro property tax. Property tax musoro okukira guruga mu bintu mowe especially amaju ma hotels nebindi. Bakatusendekaho bakatwitaho hamusomo batusomesa twarabamu nitu tekaho emisoro amaju agakwawukana abantu ekintu bakitangira nkabulikiro emisoro kitakintu kikuru muno kandi emisoro abantu bagihano bagiyenda kuyaba bahambiriza but ekintu kyamani ekitukusaba leka habe yoga ebibaraza. People need to be sensitized niko bamanye the goodness y'omusoro kiki. Abantu abakiro wingi tibamanyire omusoro guli guta kandi bagusasura bata. Abandi bakusasula emisoro batakumanya emisoro ibakusasura. Baitu omura twetaga mu kusomesa nkakunu tukega naitwa aba local leaders tujagaruka yo hansi ntugambira abantu kiki ekikurwa mu musoro. Enyuma okwo emisoro yababoga kandi tugisoroza kurungi abachi ya persons baitu enyuma aho twagwamu ensazi more especially twafunaga 25% negaruka mu byaro byaitu hansi naite netuyambaho ku planningira ebyaro byaitu baitu mu bisanje bitubayiremu ebimbayiremu kira mune byange omusoro ogo tukire garuka. So harabwa haro omusoro ngago ntugusoroize abakwa tugenda kutekamu amani kusoroza omusoro ogo in the villages nituyambaho our technical arts, then let the 25% come back to the village level to assist us plan for our families. Naite to see to eat, naite to goboroire. For example, harohe ebitara evagabire bikaruga mu musoro baita abantu abandi batakimanyi. So twakwa itwegeseiwe tukagaruka tukagambira abantu harohe solar lights ebyayizire kuruga mu misoro abantu bakwe bakietegerize kurungi baita ebyona tukirakorwa timanyire kiki kandi nabulikiro biro bino bagambire bintu bigeze ndibihinduka. Emisoro bwe kuruga kuno esoroze iwe egenda direct Kampala kuruga Kampala netwaro obwire kugaruka hansi. So service delivery no sanga hamuntu wa hansi etakozereki etasemeire kurungi bogenda oboinemu emihanda yaitu hansi oku abachi ya person LOC1s na wa councillors murampero bukaiso emihanda eteri kurungi muno nikirugira nka emisoro bundi kubanta ito obundi no kutasorozebwa mu bwire nebindi. Tinja kuba nebigambo bingi haboko abagambi bakusana bali bayingi bayirunja kuterera itawa local leaders. Let's embrace this property tax. We go back and tell people that let people pay taxes for the development of our country. Nebigambe ebyo tinja kubaza muno for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Sam Musinguzi Basandara, the chairperson LOC1 in Hoima West. He has highlighted a number of things. First of all, he has saluted Riponami Uganda for this engagement and the other support you have always given in this project. He has also echoed on the importance of paying this property tax. And he has advocated for barazas, community barazas, so that people can always be engaged through community barazas to be sensitized on the importance of this property tax. Because learning is a continuous process. It does not end. People need to be sensitized annually so that they get to know the importance of this. He also echoed on 25%, which used to be collected and taken back to support the villages. And his concern was that these days they don't receive the 20% back to support the villages, the LOC ones. For example, he gave a concern that in the recent past, solar panels were bought to light our streets using this property tax, but people were not informed where this money accrued from. If people were aware that these street lights you see are as a result of your payment of property tax, these people would, even tomorrow, be willing to pay property tax. He supported all the endeavors of paying property tax and appealed to all our people to support this program so as to ensure service delivery enhancement of our city. Ebyo nibyo bigambo bya Sam Basandara Musinguzi atugambire tumuterere mu ngalo. Kandi na nyowe nibyo nsoboire kubahinduramu nka program director. Osobora kuba malina master of ceremony ali city education officer. City education officer naba mental case. Master of ceremony kamanyisa mental case. Somebody who is learned to my level to be a mental case person, program director. Thank you very much, Mr. Town Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite yet another speaker, the host, Mr. John Magara, to come here and represent the property owners. You're most welcome, Ndugu, and the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, I'm honored to be able to speak to this gathering. Deputy Mayor, Speaker, Town Clerk, staff of the city, USAID team, Riponami, and fellow participants. My name is John Magara, as the program director introduced me before. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to HB Hotel, and I would like to thank the organizers for choosing us to host this function today. My story is of doing business and how we have ended up being HB Hotel in Hoima Town, a major landmark that we never thought would be a few years ago. It was a result of the COVID scare. When in the COVID times, luckily one of the industries that I'm engaged in was allowed to operate during the COVID time, which is sugar. We have a sugar factory, a bit out of town, Hoima Town. We have a distillery there. We were allowed to keep producing, and surprisingly, the COVID time was a very good time for industry, surprisingly. So we had some cash flow, which I must say was diverted to do what you see here. So the hotel still owes money and must pay back to that diversion. So my experience of business is from 1990. So right after school, I went into doing business. It was a need that was there because we had lost our parent, whose picture is somewhere there. So I was the oldest that could come in and look after the rest, try to find money for them to continue going to school. And these were difficult times. Everything was a bit difficult at that time. But we got help from here and there, and were able to complete the task of taking my siblings to school, and they're all engaged in various parts of business and other parts of the country doing work there. For this time that I've been in business, in terms of properties, we're able to put up 3 rice mills. One of them is in Kiatete, another one in Businsi, and another one that is out of town is in Kiziramfumbi, are not very active at the moment, but the property is there, and probably we might have to pay some tax against it. These rice mills were built when I was engaged with a USAID project. I was a focal person of USAID IDEA project at that time, and were introducing the growing of rice in Hoima district, which was a very successful project for the time we did it, and were able to establish good volumes of production in Hoima. And I decided to go a step further to do the rice milling locally than allow the product to go to other rice mills out of the district. This resulted later into a distillery, which is 10 kilometers from here, and whose property tax we are paying to Kitoba sub-county, and a sugar factory, which sits on 160 acres of land inherited from our parents. Our parents, him and her. And this is why we call this Sister Judy. Sister Judy is the one who bought this plot where we are sitting and developed it, and we named this hall after her. She was a nursing sister, not a religious sister. Then COVID comes in, it scares us, and we find that we need to diversify in trying to survive. But it surprises us and results into where we are sitting. This is the HB Hotel, which is on 9 50 by 100 plots. 9 of them, and of course at that time, and still, by the way, up to this time, Town Clerk, you're saying if we had, sorry, he's left, but as you're saying that we should have pictures of what it was, I don't know if I can retrieve them, but there are some pictures, yes. But 9 plot would mean 9 pit latrines, which we got rid of the city. The middle of the city, we still have them, I know, in many properties, because water is still scarce. But us being a hotel, of course, water is a key thing. We were able to do away with that kind of sanitary arrangement. We put up HB Safari Lodge in Bulisa, mainly targeting the oil camps. Our engagement with the oil camps has been the subcontractors giving us some people to accommodate as they work in the Tilenga CPF, Central Processing Facility. We have put up, which is still undergoing construction, HB Grand Inn in Mengo, Kabakanjagala. All these will be paying property taxes, though to different authorities. So we have nothing to do but to pay the taxes. What we appeal to the enforcing authorities is to listen to us when business is not going so well. This business, as many of you know, is not always a smooth curve. We have times when business becomes so difficult, especially for some businesses that suffered during the COVID times. Luckily, we are not in that category, but anything could happen. We are seeing a rise in the population that comes to Hoima, but we are not yet there. Hoima is still a small town. It could be different from what it was. We have very good tarmac roads. We thank the authorities that did it. And that one, I don't know how I would have had a hotel here if that road, which was tarmacked while we were building here, would have still been Maram. This one, we thank God, HB Hotel was able to do it. And we also appeal to the city to allow us, and all the citizens of the city, so that we are allowed to merge some of these plots. Now we have some plots this side, 6 this side, 3 the other side. But we are yet to acquire what would make it very relevant for us to handle that need. There are 2 more plots, but the price of the plots has risen because of HB. We are now buying plots at about the price of a plot in Intinda, but we have nothing to do. We're going to try and scatter payment if we can. But I would really wish to have that road. We join up these plots here and the other ones so that we have some property where you don't have to cross a road and risk being knocked down. Like when you're walking to the swimming pool, we have to cross some 2 roads. So my appeal is to you, the other landlords, is please believe in Hoima, which you're already doing because you have property here, but our city is still dark. Dark to a point that it does not impress people when they come in. We need to do some more lighting. We need to sacrifice a little and do more lighting on our own as landlords, as we wait also for the city to add on to that lighting. Basically, as I come to the end of my presentation, I would like to be allowed to make it. Are you going to translate for me, the program director? Are you going to translate that? You will. Thank you very much. Okay. Banyoro na banyorokati nimbasiima muno mbaye ninsobora kubyehindura baitu program director tanyikirize. So, thank you very much.
Omukuru John Magarogo mumwongere mu engaro z'amaani. Bigambo bingi abibalize omu rufuutifuuti. habwokuba aina business baitu talina business zonka n'okusoma akasoma. Akabanza yasoma bwe yasomere nuko okorora ngu kikumukonyera okukora business ezakozere ezo zoona habwokuba ngu abazaire be bakamutwara mu isomero. Agambire ebigambo bingi baitu mu bugufu n'abatangira inywena mwe bali muno kwija omu rusorokano runo hali tukwenda abantu nibabasomesa kandi babakugura omukorora emisoro nesasurwa. Abasoboroireho biki ebyarabiremu kandi na biki ebibakozere nka family. Gamba hali tuli hano ha HB Hotel kandi yatugambira na Sugar Factory enyakuli mu Kitoba eikalire ha acres 16. Yatugambira n'ebyoma eby'emiceeri ebibaina ebiri side ne embichweka bikuwaukana including Kiziranfumbi areas. Yatugambira mulingo baina HB Safari Hotel kandi hano bagituwolekereho kataito ha projector eri mu Bulisa kandi haliyo na HB Grand Hotel in Mengo kandi nibagamba business zino okuyitandika emyaka ye 19 nekiyenda oku tibazitandikire ijjo emyaka egenzere nibazitandika kandi akaba muno interested mu kutandika n'ebyoma by'emiceeri habwokuba kabainamu obukugu n'omunabu yakoraga mu USAID program kandi na Holland bagyeta sister Julie hotel hall hariho muruwa habwaki bagirukire eibale eryo habwokuba akaba muntu mukazi wamaani ayakozere kikoto mu business zino kandi yasaba ngu emisoro eikale eri misoro kandi emisoro betekanize kugisasura baitu na gavumenti ehulirizege habwokuba projects zino ezikukira obwingi zimu including HB Hotel ekatandikwa mu bwire bwa corona. Entahi abantu bali kubi na habwekyo gonza hate hotel nekyaina mabanja maingi gokusasura na habwekyo barahikiraga gavumenti bakagamba wewe hano muorobiyeho mutagugubaraga nka gavumenti mukarole kyombeko kinu mukagamba ate sente zirumu isobora kubamu baitu ezagenzeremu zingaha zikuja kutwara emyaka nka 20 okurugamu nabwekyo obutukikuija property tax betekanize kusasula emisoro egyo baitu barabehikire bakabehikira bakabagamba wewe muorobyemu na gavumenti eikirizege neyorobyamu mu bugufu nibyebyo atugambire kandi waitu director HB ntukusiima abo bigambo byawe. Ndozeregehe ngajani yange hano Peter Semiga baita kuzoka aturukiremo obwaragaruka we shall recognize his presence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for break and I believe people behind are ready to serve us break tea, and it is my honor and pleasure to request the high table to go ahead of us so that we are served in an orderly manner, and then because tea is enough for all of us and the HB standard. HB standard. Tagamba kali abuhire standard maanangwa HB standard. And this is a Buffalo Hotel. Buffalo mugimanyire kagangeri nabwika kachai kagenda obukara akonuliro ngambire ngikakonulire Abokuba karumu obunuzamenti bwono bukakwetaaga. Taata wekitinisa meya, wekitinisa speaker na town clerk mutwekulembere for Brexit kandi ndikwa bakuru naitwe yes working tea by two tubaireze medaki kabiri because we are left with about two speeches and we conclude. About 10 minutes tugenda ha break tea and the technician soft music interlude. Thank you very much. serving goes on. Those of you who have not been served, please go ahead and get served. But those of you who are done, we can resume and we move on, because it is 11:25, and as we agreed by 1, we should be closing this ceremony. Because once you give me a program, I have to follow it to the dot. And that is why I have survived for the last 20 years as a program director. You give me a program, you say by 1 it should be ending, it should end. Or else, ninkutwara bunkenke. Abukwa program niwe oba ogimpaire. Nkubatangira mwebale kurugayo mu break. Inya batungire HB break tea. Ningira mugiro zeri. Obunuzi bwayo mugirora mulingo mbaraganizege. Ye the spice. Yes. Nabwekyo ege niyo standard ya HB. Kandi tusimwa bwongerwa. Mwebale muno kuija. Na nyenkya muije mugaruke. Nyenki weteka makasete goziso kweteka makasete wenka. Nuije ne bokuservinga. Ha standard niye giyo nyini obuni ndokukirawo. Now, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, recognize my long-serving friend. Once a honorable, always a honorable. Peter Semiga Amoti. I recognize your presence. Omusaijo ogwo aikaire ali my secretary, my chairperson, education and health, mu council eyahoire. Kandi nyowe ndi mukuru w'ebyenyegesa, we ali chairman we education and health. Atampereze tutu yona abaire musajja murungi, nkokorangana nawe kurungi muno mumunterero mu ngaro nimusimana Ruhanga. Semiga Peter Amoti okumubara mu myaka nkeinga ha tata muntu mukuru nuko mwakozere okumubara mu nsanju eyobuto. Peter Semiga owokurorogo atagira kyansimba hano akugamba aine myaka eyobuto 83. Wakorozere ebya Ruhanga kora. Mama wange nawe aine myaka 83 baitu myaka musanju atahansi nuko bayingana obukuru baitu we 83 ey'obukuru tarumwa mugongo senyiga bwabe mukwasirija nke yawe ke yabaniko kweija tagira kyansimba hano gonzo musimbira inege butema kubanzayo musajja wa Ruhanga araho. Congratulations, and we thank you for the health God has given you, and we welcome you to this very important engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen my friends from the media fraternity. I welcome you, colleagues from the media fraternity, wherever you are. I recognize your presence and your arrival. You are most welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, allow me invite a very important person in the city to welcome you and also inform you the developments in the council and the package he has for you this morning, and is none other than the Speaker, Hoima City Council, in the names of Honorable Edward Isingoma Amoti. I welcome you to come and address the civic people who have been invited for this program, and you are most welcome.
Thank you. very much, Program Director. Kakumpikaho nandiki mbaire hara muno. Isingom Edward is my name, and as the Program Director, Kiki has informed you, serving as City Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate God for this very important occasion, and I would like to make just a few remarks. I've worked with the government. I was in clinical medicine for a number of years. I was in tax collection for some years. I was in customs audit. Now serving as a pastor of a church. I am part of the people that pay tax in Hoima. I want to thank God for this important opportunity. I worked in one district sometime, and we had sub-counties. There was a gentleman living at the border of the two sub-counties. But that time, we were paying what they call graduated tax. So when this side of the sub-county came, he would run to the other side at night. When the other people came to collect tax that night, he would run to the other side of the sub-county. The issue was about the tax. Three things about the tax. One, assessment of the tax. That there is need for fair assessment of any tax, including this property tax. Number two, the mode of collection of the tax. How do we collect it? In other words, the mode of collection should be humane. And three, the effective and the transparent utilization of the tax that has been collected in order to give a good service to the people. All of this, I want to appreciate you said, and all development partners, all the organizers of this important engagement, that the gap between the collectors of the tax and those that are paying the tax should continuously reduce through constant and meaningful engagement, where the one paying the tax owns the system. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a time where the law that was passed by His Excellency when he appended his signature is causing what you would call ripple effects. The money that we are getting from our supporters is beginning to reduce as a result of that. Meaning that we must now be able to depend on the money that we collect in terms of taxes to be able to support the services that we badly need in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of construction of the infrastructure, so that the country can be able to move forward. And I believe very strongly that through this engagement about tax, that as Ugandans, we shall all be winners when we work together towards a clean tax regime, a clean way of assessing these taxes, a humane way of being able to collect it, and a transparent way of using this tax. City Council, we sit to deliberate on how we can be able to raise resources for the city. At the same time, how we can be able to effectively and wisely apply it for the delivery of services within the city. We need you because you have given us these offices to be your servants. Tax collectors and the council are your servants. People that you have chosen to occupy these offices for this particular time we must be able to involve you, and it is your right. It is your right to constantly demand that we inform you of what is going on, that we consult you so that you can have a hand in what we do for the good of our city. The city is open. We are open for you to come and to talk to us, because those are not our offices, they are your offices. We have an appeal system in the case you are not satisfied with the assessment of the tax. We have a system that can bring in the checks and balances in the case the collection of the tax is not humane. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, Program Director, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And all members, thank you very much for coming. And may God bless you as you interact for the good of Hoima City, for good and my country.
Those in honor say yes, and to the contrary, no. That is the language he normally uses when he's cheering as speaker. Obugambo bwe nubwo bunulira bwoba nobuhura kandi abaza ateekaine nka dakitaali nagenda kujanjaba. Ogwo niwe speaker waitu wa City Amot Edward Isingoma Wekitini. So we thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me on this very note recognize the presence of Honorable Bategeka Rehema, our beloved councillor who is here. You're most welcome. Koyongere kunyuma kani nokusemera kiki bijumusa kiki senti nembabazi ijo tugambire hate byotekaniize okugambire myende nyakuli hano nebijumusa ebya mukama kuteekamu kurura nonyirira otyo. Yes, representative waba youth and persons with disabilities. Raikawan. Hatinya batuhinduirege batugara. Technician, please come over.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director, the Speaker, Hoima City, the Mayor, Hoima City, being represented by our Deputy Mayor, the Town Clerk, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rehema Bategeka. I represent people with disabilities at Hoima City Council. As a person with disability, first of all, I want to thank USAID and Nipo Nami, Uganda. Thank you so much for involving people with disabilities in this engagement. Secondly, I want to thank you for the new system of payment. As people with disabilities, it has become easier for us really to go and pay these taxes, simply because we have been facing a challenge of some of the buildings that are inaccessible to us, some of the banks that are not accessible to us. So with this system, I feel it is really easy for us to pay these taxes willingly without any challenge. Then to our dear landlords, nkwenda kubasiima. Nkwenda kubasiima muno 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 mwebale kwikaragani musasure emisoro enu. Emisoro enu etuyamba muno, especially itwe abantu abanyakwina obulema. Yose okuba oli landlord nosasura omusoro notekereza gugya kuyamba iwe. But there is a group of people abajja gugobora muno nkaitwa abantu abalina obulema. Omusasura emisoro enu twesanga ngo obuheereza nkasite bwanguha kubwikyo omubantu hansi okwo. For instance, nk'okugrading enguudo zaitu, okuyora akasasiro, kandi muno muno haliitwa abantu abalina obulema. Enguudo buziba zitali nungi. For instance, omuntu alina obulema akurubatira mu kagaali. Bweyesanga oruguudo ruli rubi, atalibanizibwa muno kwika hala abalina agenda. Omutawuni omwo haba harimu akasasiro kaijurura ine. Omuntu akwajura, omuntu akwekurura bwekurura. Oyesanga kiri kizibu ky'amaani muno kuraba mu kasasiro ako. Abambi bwire bunde enjura begwire. Noyesanga ngu akuhambirizibwa mpaka kwajura mu bisasiro ebyo. Nikyo kurora ngu nkubasiima kandi nkubasaba mugende omaiso n'okusasura emisoro kandi willingly nk'okugambirwe hataro enforcement eri involved, nuko twongere kuyonja, nuko twongere kukora enguudo. Abantu abaitu abatakuhweza enguudo zibanguhire kugenda mu marwaro, kugenda mu butale, kugenda nkahona. Habwokuba nimwijuka buli muntu aina obwomezi ali kikuru muno mwihangamu. Otamurora atakuhweza, otarora nachodera, otarora narubatira mu kagaali kandi okagamba hatiwe okutoza ki. Okutoza ki nenye mwikalege hamu. Mwikalege mu kichweka kimu. Kyetegereza. Obundi sanga bambi osangire nalemwa ocrossing a bridge. Obundi osangire alemesezibwe kutemba ekiombeko ekiro hamadaara ekiro hekine urundo ekitrench ekiraira hati nogamba kandi hati okutoza ki abakotaika nawe ino obugabe kurubata akagenda hantu ahandi hona nawe ino obugabe kuba nekiombeko kye kandi akagenda mu bank oba mu office endi yona akafuna obuherezo. Tuli hamu omuntu ayina obulema ayina obugabe kugenda mu bichweka ebikunyumirwa. Obuhakuba haro nkwenda on this note nkwenda kusiima Director HB International habo
littered all over. It becomes worse when it rains, and this person who cannot walk and is using hands to walk through that litter, it is quite a very big challenge on the side of PWDs. And she has also reminded us that we are all temporarily able people. Just immediately after here, you can become a candidate under special needs department. Immediately after here, you can get an accident, and tomorrow you are a person with disability. Not tomorrow, but today in the afternoon. So we are all temporarily able people. Not all these people we see around were born like that. Some of them, it was through accidents. As we improve the road network in the city, we expect more accidents to come by. And therefore, we need also to consider these people with disabilities. And she has raised a concern about tax exemption on persons with disabilities, and she was asking, what does the law say in regard to this? What plans do you have to consider these people, even when they own property, but they have challenges in their lives? So when it comes to the Q&A, that is question and answer, I believe she will be answered. And it is on this note, obwire buno okwenda kuhuliriza ebitekerezo byanyu ha property tax. Property tax iwo gigamba hota. Property tax omusoro gunu bizibuke ebyogusangiremu, birungiki ebyokurora, kandi mageziki agokuhereza. This was an engagement civic meeting with the stakeholders in Hoima City. We want to hear from you now. What issues do you raise on this property tax? What challenges have you experienced? What should be the way forward? How best can we engage our people so that we have this revenue coming? And what do you advise the city to work on using this money? What development programs would you have loved? It is my honor, therefore, to invite the town clerk, Mr. Charles Kabiri, to come over and share with you on this Q&A, question and answer session. Mr. Charles Kabiri, you are most welcome to the podium.
Hello. It's working. Okay, thank you very much, Director of Programs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another session of question and answer. And my role here is to moderate. And I would like to ask the desk to keep noting the issues that the stakeholders are going to raise, and later on we shall have responses to the questions which will have been raised. I think we shall first take about 5, then we respond to that, then we pick another set. Can we have issues? Oh, you've caught my eye. 1, you are number 1, number 2, Chairman LC2, number 3, my ex-honorable.
Number 1 is where?
Number 1 is, Then number 2 is the LC2 chairperson for Southern, Northern, Musingus Central. And then Honorable Councillor Singoma, number 3. And then number 4 is Dr. John Wobsovos. Because you are your harm is very high. There was another one I skipped, but okay. John Wobsovos is number 4, and then number 5 is on this first table. You are good to go.
Amabara Patrick Babyesiza Kuruga Kijogo ndi musubuzi ninkolera Kiriatete. Mbaire kusaba kwange kuli kwa amagezi aba kuteekaho nko kucharginga emisoro kubanzaga kubala business y'omuntu nti business ya bukotoki nikwo kumucharging omusoro tukira kurora akujja kusoroza we nateeka obuteeko nagamba ngambire ziti ekikurorwaho ekyamaju nosanga busanga bakugambire ngu itwe tukateekaho obwingi buti obwesente batabandize kwehabuza obwingi buti obwesente enju enu yo tuinaho enju ezabagenzi abafuire bazirekera abaana emyaka ento hati ne bajja bujja ne bagiteekaho omusoro omwana ogwo akyayenda kuyambwa kyonka enju hategiireho omusoro hati nootayise kyokuyamba omwana hati noogaruka haki yenju okusaba kwange kubaire kuli nti kubanzaga kutolereza enju eniyoha kandi akoraki omwana ono akyasoma rundi kyakamara kusoma ebizibu ebyo tubisangiremu nikyo okusangira omusoro obundi nigulema kugusasura abamu enju nibajuliza kuyireka habo omusoro kuba guli haiguru guhingura ine hali akuba nagusasura mwebale muno.
Thank you very much. Webale, let's be brief and precise, and I would request that you take emphasis muno hamsoro gwa property tax.
Mwebale abakuru abanyakuli omurukurato runo ngubasiima inywena kandi ninsiima aba USAID na mugenzi we abanyakuteekaniize orukurato runo ekikuru muno ekinkurura hali omusoro kiri ntingu tukusemeera kugusoroza mulingo ki kandi amagezi agankuhereza the authority gali kuengaginga aba local council ones at all levels in all villages kurura ntingu bali involved omukuteekaho omusoro gw'abaana gw'amaju kandi baba involved omukujugumbya abakama b'amaju kwetegereza habwaki bakusasura omusoro ogwo. That is LC1 and LC2 and their executive committees as well.
Thank you.
Mbaire nindora abakuru bale bamaze kuteekaniza orukurato runo authority nesemera kuteekaniza orukurato olw'abakiya person LC1s nuko abakiya persons LC1 ba identifying aba proper landlords abasema kwetwa omurukurato rundi nkaruno tuija kurura omusoro ni gworoba itwe nka authority tusemerere kora kikurura abantu nibanguhirwa kusasura omusoro nitusemera kuteekaho kiki ekikurorwa ekituragambira abantu ntingu kino nikyo tutekanize kora. I will take for an instance ogambire g'abantu etawone tugerezo tuwagikora hati tukwata gwawamba bya tugende kwika division eya businsi tujja kora emairo egyo tugitamakinge hasente za property tax kandi percent eti niyo tukunira kuteekayo kandi zigeno mbisasira abantu tibazirura kandi abandi twikara ntugada nabyo hati kiyagada nabyo hatosanga omuntu nomugambira tukusoroza ebisasiro bana atetegereza nti ngwe sente za property tax mali zikakora. So there must be something tangible that can be seen even by the ground children.
Okay.
Mr. Bayingana
akuri maiso hano
ego muranganyira ngendeho na handi habo kuba hano rukurato no rwangarwe sirabo kigendero. I saw so many buses at the other end. I don't want you to retire otatungireho imasite e bus ndoreza iganga ni ndoreza alira district zankaha. How do you manage to get that? Bara abana aboino mu masomero abukatu kabazara twina kubahero musoro ogambe baseri milioni 13 buli mwana asasule mutwaro tamweno ne tamwe kuja na tamweri tubene basi kyawe kuchumba n'obwongo bwawe na tawuni kiraka nakuyamba naito abataka tujja kuyamba baita abaana abo tukabazaara tubahereze obuhereza kandi site nezooka neerorwa site planning kibalegenge ekizibu ekibaziibweho mali ekikulu ekitulina akora ha musoro gwa property tax tulina kurola nti tugugazihiya tuta. To me, I look at this town nk'etawuni etakabaire kuba n'ebintu ebyokuhoozebwa. We've got countable properties, real properties. Nkusiima Omunyoro Magara aina property ey'okurora kandi omulukurato luno bwe mbaire nindora habaye atakusemera kuburamu kiiza wasiwasi hatasemere kuburamu kiyamanywa Kasoro omukyalo bakweta Norina Nsungwa Jobab Bategeka Wabiyona Joitika Kingstar n'abandi. They are the real property owners of this town. Why do we need them? We need also to become real property owners. Kuba ne property eziri taxable kuwo ezikurugwaho omusoro ogurumu amagezi. But turakamara ku engaging those people. Then we shall encourage all of these people who are owning temporary properties in the town tubaire amagezi. And in that view, in view of that, nkorora iyenywe nka authority ku encouraging abantu to own such properties. Mutekeho tax nanka plan approval holidays for such properties. Muija korora na bali bataina amani nibagamba I'm planning to put up such a property in this city. That is my thinking. Oko kuli kusaba kuwange kandi n'okutekereza kuwange omulingo nkorora omulingo turasora kutunga omusoro gwingi omutawuni muno mali no plan planning as planning authority we should be mindful of the resources that are likely to face extinction. Seminti eyitukuombekesa enu tukiyagyombekesa amaju agatugenda kunaga agagi yakugwanya enkiya. And limestone is going to get finished. Timanyire tuligada kukora esemente ya maize eyitugia kutandika kuombekese kalina. Why am I saying this? I am a carpenter. Tukakozesa embaho zona tuombeka netukinga amajaga nyakuli temporary. We are at the time of shattering such houses. Omuntu akujja nakugamba nkwende enyigi 10. Toyina okuyihembaho n'omutunura noye kwato mu kifuba n'ochulira amaziga omutima. And that is likely to happen on cement and iron. Kako waba kuombeka ebijubiri temporary tutandike kuombeka zilizo obudongo kikutuyambire cement eri kuyikarayo. Baitu my view is that entekereza yange bamuntu akuyiragora baitu ntekereza nk'abantu abakwera nikyo kintalibanizo omunsi muno. Hati cement bwera aho wayonke embaho kuzihoyire yo tugya kuombekesa ki habwire bokuombekesa okombeka amajama ronge kagano agamuseme kugamba plan yekijuka kinu tugikeheze rundi tugiyagi kuhereza yango tugambira kwenda kuombeka enju kyonko tulina plan yokuyihamo omusoro ogwamane nebigambe bitu mukusoko nyikiriza nkakangira aho ninyowe Omunyoro Musinguzi Wilberforce ago nigo amageza ganyina rundi ntekereza eyimbaire nayo mbachiyamani saka kijungulowa kyonka nindaro mu kiyaro no bwachiyamani ngenda kubumara kasitano bakuranga nyenkiya abo kuba ati nkuzire nkusemera kureta yaringa bwenkuba nenyerora omu politics
Vale
mugamo omuzinda alinka
na Isingoma hereda Mr. Isingoma katulenga okufunza funzo obwire abo kuba abayingi muna abakwenda kuparticipatinga
tinkujja kuba lense nkatawunikiraka kwa tugambire protocol observed nyikaire hano na koligi wangu kusanga tuhangayira hamu apa Rusaka for a good number of years. Issues ezizingire twikaire ntuzichika mu hamu hatinyo kutasisa obwire ngenda tukuhabuzaho obuntu buke. Tukimanye muno abantu bona abagomere hano nti omusahi ogutuyina muno omubiri yaitu obutika kora emirimo ya government nizo sente. Tutayina sente site yaitu titukuja gyegondezamu tugiziraho akagisa ka amani nti
government enomulinga yatungire sente yatukola enguudo ezitukwegondeza mwezi yazitera chorus hati local revenue eno element kurora site yaitu hanu tusoboire kusemeza enguudo ezaitu urundi kuombeka amasomero ago musite muno urundi kole emirimu yone kwetagisa so tukwetaga kurora emisoro eno tugitungire baitu mu kugitunga twinagaruka tumaze gitunga kurora ekozera emirimo ki accountability kintu kikuru muno kandi a good tax system encouraging production hati awire buno we are confused Uganda Revenue Authority abantu abayombekera amaju nukweka kuikara ne tusindikira messages zokusasula rental income at the same time the local authority now ekutwetagaho property tax implying nti tukusana tuli ha double taxation abakuru abo wa speaker mukubura balaho bakasoma accounting bakasoma ebya taxation bakasoma byaki nuko gamba double taxation kisane kintu kitaikirizibwa ekintu kiteka emisoro ye mirundi ebiri munyetegereza Uganda Revenue Authority batulikubi bwire bono kurora message hati property tax nayo tugietaga nayo new government and to make the matter worse some of these decisions you are made at the center tutwene kyo kikora kuremitinga local revenue to the center nkanyonga Ismail nkirura as a service habo kuba kugenda sente ezo kugenda kurugayo it takes time bakwisindika busindikati bakusana nubo bakutudictatingira in fact local revenue kutali gamba ki would have been managed at source ndasanga ningaruko kira kyetagisiza
thank you
yetagire kuba precise
Dr. Usabazi
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Speaker, and Town Clerk. Thank you. Amabaragange obusobozi John mpangalira rukogaho. Ikyo kubanza omnyoro isingoma Ismail akinkagulize. Kuyahomba nsaba kuongera kaguza. Omayisoko hali emisomo nkeno. Habwaki mtalenga okora harmonization. URA and local government. Mukaja muka presenting ekintu kiona kiri kimu kitobero kyo mulingo gumu nuko omuntu akayi akaruga hano ahwitukire hamisoroki eyakusasura ha property emu nuko gamba ninywe government you said vanu civic engagement events I think nihira abantu baina bakora policy za government ba ninywe mbakora ekyo kibu ekya kabiri brochure wenu yimutwaire ekusobora kurungi mali omulingo ogendo maiso na assessment na kia property tax I mean yes property tax baitu ebintu bya property bikara up and down kavereti atoro ina yakajuka kubuli yango buna akamu bakapangisize kuruga January kufika April kuruga May mpaka mwaka guhoire tata muntu hata kanda akandi bakapangisize kuruga January kufika December ekandi kanda akandi kuruga bakakombekere nko kataka kutunulire tulki which formula munu tikarugire yo kurungi munu eyimukozesa kurora ngo mwalevinga property tax hakukwate ebintu byona biri payment what izo kakuterire nizezo then oligaruka hanu ndozere hanu delaying to pay property tax but iro 1% 2% baina kana akakanda aho akaba kudikyamu nyabureyo nanyo tumukuikwata zikuruga kuli mumazire gukora budget webale muno kumpuliriza n'aba participants abali hano
webale Dr. John the katfune number 5 akusembayo then we
number 5 olinga
ali hano ali maiso hano
webale muno wa town clerk Deputy Mayor amuna Speaker waitu nainywe abachairpersons na landlords abakulugo mijoka bikwawukana amawala banyita Mugume Hamza Kisembo chairperson LC1 Kiralete West. Ebihabuzo byange ebimu halibyo ekimu halibyo ebihabuzo byange partly Daktari Bisoboza byabalizo. I have two questions. One is a concern. By nisoma katabu kano nyarora engeri property tax eba determined. Kyongati kuligamba nti abantu bona bali hano bakusaa kyetegereze kyange kinyetegereze. Then tuashuminge nti nabalombyalo kwa landlords nabo bali hano. Omulinye tindozere omuntu ayizire kusobora abantu abakuba kinike kikuru muno kubolekya omusoro bagubara bati tugubati nkirozere ekyo egebeere concern. Then ekya kabiri tulinayo abantu ombyalo okwo abaina enju eziri designed nga kamaso houses tibali bayingi baitu baliyo kyowano osanga enju ezo nibazirara bonka as owners batakuya mu kasente baitu nosanga nti wabanyi bakola valuation exercises nti abantu abo bakabatekawo omusoro arege ensonga yo mugikwata muntu mwebale muno sigaye ndi Mugume Hamza Kisembo chairperson LC1 Kiralete West.
Otyo muno webale chairperson kuba brief and nabo bona abasobole raising those issues hatika tugende responses. Johnson. Responses to Jakuban to sharing. I'll be sharing. You said Aloho bindi byabara clarifying because bakotiyamba muno mukukora property role in they engaged the public. So haro ebindi byatura saba kutukonyera. But on response number 1, I think let me begin with the very last one, yeah, chairperson number 5. Concern number 1 ebairege hakatabu. The write-up, I think kali mu rujungu. Akatabo kanu kali mu rujungu. It's a big concern. I think we also need to develop to a translated one. I think that was the issue. Yeah, we are going to, it's captured. We are going to engage. At least we have a translated one. Then, translated? No, but we need translated, yeah. Then there was the issue of sensitization. Also, chairperson organizing of the masses. Where Nkabukia to Rengao to call masses for sensitization. But sometimes we also let down. And our property owners, Nkotuli hanu, arona abandi betu eserege, baina watu basovele kutaninga up because of other engagements. But at least tulengaho kuroranti bantu tuba engaging ile kande I promise on behalf of the government of the city, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, to jagenda mu maiso with engagements at all levels. Everybody must be brought on board. Then the other one was on the issue of amaju agabantu bakuraramu nago tukagatekanka ha property role on the valuation role. Yes, kya mazima amaju ago tukagatekanka ha property role yaitu baitu tigaku kyajingibwa abantu abo tibajja kusasura ne yange yonyini yenkuraramu eroho ekigenderwa habwaki enju ezo zona za capturingirwe ezidati bintu bya urban planning olundi urban management bikarane bikora ki ne bihinduka property role kugikora you can see mpaka batukwati ile oni bokole property role. It's a very expensive one. So abwaki bakapcharinga na amaju ga abantu bakuraramu nti anytime nyowe hano ninsobola kufuruka ningaruka buraru enju yange egyo ningitaninga into commercial. So bongitaninga mu commercial ekiragiro kitugambira wiringire oragira kuhandikira the authority ekitakwanguha nakyo. So we are trying kulenga ku reducing expense nti hati kandi tugaruke tukoraki role endi. So tukuhindulira mumbe hati ohindukire wagifora commercial now government netandika kucharginga ki omusoro obwe kusigarayo ekyali enju yokuraramu teri supposed kuhibwaho ki omusoro. If any of that kind arises, we're supposed to appealing to the authority. Abandi barasanga nibongerezaho Singoma. Mayor, you respond on the issue of raised by Singoma Ismaili, which was pertaining URA vis-a-vis the local authority. You raised the issue of double taxation. So, Mayor, I think you can say something there in response.
Okay. Thank you, Town Clerk. Honorable Ismail, thank you. Your concern was, if I captured it well, that all services are based on the local revenue, at least the biggest percent. And your observation was, it is true that our local revenue is still not good, the performance. And much as the population is increasing, but still our local revenue is not all that good. And one of the reasons you gave was it's because of accountability. That at times we don't come out to give accountability. People are paying the taxes. They don't know where this money goes and what they will do. In my remarks, I said that with effect from this financial year, we committed to be doing this accountability. And I think it will address that challenge. Then on the rental income versus property tax, yes. You may say, the way you said it, that it is a double taxation, but rental income tax, it is a different tax, and property tax is a different tax. So rental income is charged on the income from maybe the tenants, whatever, but this property tax is from the property, from the building or the property you own. So they are different. Only that the challenge we find is people are lacking this information. As you mentioned it and proposed it, it is also in our work plan that going forward, we are going to be organizing tax clinics, Rundi Barazas, where we bring all these people on board, the URA and the city authority and whoever is concerned. We come, explain the difference. We come, we explain why this is charged and from which code. So it is on our programs, tugenda kubaga nitueta emisomeno, runde bibaraza bino, aba URA baija, nibatusobole emisoro yawe ebakusaba, ne emisoro ekuruga mu site, nituolekea abantu ekwawukana eta, kandi ekukola eta, habwakini yetaagisibwa. Habukwa mazima gali confusing the community, omuntu nagamba obundi achajingirwe kabiri rundi kasatu. But mazima gali emisoro eno ino mulinge kwawukana. And at one time we had an engagement URA na city authority, still twabaza nsonga emu, twayikiranizanga na going forward, tuina kutandika kuba hamu omubibaraza muno, nitusobora abantu kandi tukora na accountability of this. It is noted and it is on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that elaborate response. Kya Singoma na Dr. Osobozi, one ekyo tukyansaringire on the issue of URA because by the Nibikwatagana.
Excuse me, there is one which I captured and I forgot to respond. Still, it was on Honorable Ismail. It was about revenue, the local revenue collection system. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, your concern was the way we collect this local revenue.
Goes to Kampala.
So, in fact, in our changes running programs that was twina, omulingo omusoro guno gukusorozebwa naitwe tuhinduiremu tuyigente ebibaireho. Your concern was nti obundi tuteekaho batenderers abayija kusoroza sente zino, obundi ne bakwata kubi abantu baitu, obundi ne bakinga amaju kandi obundi sente zokubaire nokora hatakingire, obundi naba okusisa ebintu rundi nabamu obutategerezanga na kurungi. Nkabe kulembezi tukakirora kandi twagamba kikobere kirungi omuntu asasula omusoro guno omukugonza atarumu iruka. So going forward twagamba titugenda kuongera okuteekaho abantu nk'abo, tugenda kubaga nitukwataniza kandi nitugwekoraho itwenka habokwa we are going to recruit by revenue officers, by staff baitu habokwa tubaye tulina shortage y'abakozi batiito, naite abekulembezi banyu nitwijja ground nitwetegereza challenges z'okusanga, nitwetegereza asaswire n'atasaswire, nitukusiima if not no maiso okosa kutandika n'okwawadinga nokubona abandi balole ng'omuntu wewe tukusiimire habw'enkoragana ennungi. So ebyo bigenda kukanga tukuhinduramu omulingo gw'okusoroza ki esente zino. Kyokka ekitukusaba nekyo tusasule omubwire kandi tuleke byairuka nukwo tusobole okurakuraniza olubuga luno.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to what Mayor has said, yes, tutujja kukozesa the tenderers, but kwenda tukikwate kurungi that omusoro gwe tukubazawo guno tigulinka emisoro endi. It is called Property Rating Act. Nabwe ekyo kiri kiragiro, tutakisereka kiriki kiragiro. Therefore bwekiba kiragiro kigira even enforcement mechanisms. If we have engaged and emirundi yone kozereki hoireyo and we have exhausted all the options, now the enforcement part of it comes in. It is provided for in this act. So nikyo tugambire hali nti wewe leka to continue with these engagements so that we reduce on the issues of enforcement. Habokuba ziretereza bintu bingi, abantu kunoba omusoro, abantu kunobangana, losses nizinkalinga. So that's what we are pushing. That will be always the last resort, and it is always the bad side to the property owners if we go into that. Then Dr. John Wobsobo's another issue was on half-occupied properties that you raised. While the team was coming up with this property role, it was moving from house to house. And it was moving with the chairperson, LC1. Maybe in some instances where the chairperson would not avail himself because of other engagements, but there would be an alternative. That was the design. Inti ba chairman batagana the valuers to the buildings, and baroraga enjwenu, is it half occupied or not? And if it is half occupied, ekaberi supposed kuba ne capturingirwa until it is half occupied. Na assessment ne korwa in that respect. I believe, Robert, do we have any of the surveyors here who conducted that activity? For some, we don't have, but that was the case. But however, the good news is that there is still a remedy. If your house is being assessed, you are receiving a demand note, and it is not occupied, it is not under use, and you can adduce evidence eri nungikwo, eri supported. Akuba nti nkonka bagambire nti omusolo tigukanulaga kurungi gwa gunula ni gusaara gunulira ha service delivered if it is delivered, but hakugwihayo gusaarasaaramu guraho nkakagora arwaho certain type of kagora. So oja kuhandika, the issue is you are supposed to write an appeal to the city, and the team will come to assess whether enju teri occupied, rundi half occupied, and then naja kutekebwaho ki obulyo kurora nti osaswire sente ezikugiyamu. I think ekyo niko nkusobora kigarukamu ntyo. Then ekindi tugenzere musinguzi Wilberforce. Wilberforce in most cases otuhaire mulingo tuli supposed cooperating nyonko nkukwasireke tibibairege bikaguzo. And you talked about involving the chairperson LC1s right from the start, which mayor you'll have to take it on because that is your docket. Because nkonkamanyire nyonko nkumanya have collected tax for the last 10 years. Without a chairman LC1 you may not move far. Runde byokoro okubota kubimanya. Akwa the chairperson LC1 is the entry point in the cell in case of a city like this. So Mayor, you will say something about engagement of chairperson LC1s because they have requested for an engagement before we go full board. I think that's what I want you, Mayor, to commit, and then we move to the next response.
Okay, thank you, TC. I think question get to the right person. Apart from being a deputy mayor, I'm even a secretary of finance. So it is falling in my docket. I want to commit kandi n'okugumya omukulu chairman Akile Sirege ntokusaba kwawo kosabire tubeyo ne engagement nabekulembezi ba LC1 kubaza hamulinga enu n'okwekomitinga bike bitugenda okuba nitukola abantu tugenda kulola the team tukwatanize. We shall organize for this engagement. Tujja kubagambira when after succeeding. Baitu tugenda kikora kandi turakitandika ejja kuba culture jaga kuba nakyo nukwenda nyo mutukonyero okwiki obutumwa buno abantu baitu abakusasula omusoro. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Mayor. And the last one was for
and maybe otakarugira mukuru chairman areki agambire genti tugenda tugamba obundi sente zino zigendere mu garbage collection naki ekitakumara arondeki abantu batakuroraho. Yes, twabaire mu commitment zaitu first meeting na landlords itwabaire nayo ha kitebe ketu kya city akabamu abintu bitwaye committingire kukora baitu tukanacho tukatunura ha capital projects rundi hakinte kikusobora kurorwaho nikyo ntuba ntukora. So your request it's already captured kandi kiri already nakyo omunkora yaitu.
Thank you, Mayor. And the number one was Patrick. The issue was also the assessment of businesses first before charging, and the response as well is as simple as that. That should be the culture. Should suppose kubanza kora assessment, and then in that process you are supposed to engage the business owner, like how they did on the property rates. People were being asked how much do you charge? There was a number of documents that they were looking at to come up with the figures in order to calculate the 5% that people are going to pay. So we are taking it. If there is a gap, we have taken it as council. We are going to improve on that area, on the issue of assessment. Yes, I acknowledge there is a gap. We are taking it, and we have taken serious note on it. Then houses which the owner died, and yeah, we have this as a challenge for sure. On the road, you'll find that we have captured X, and in a short while, he has passed on. The law requires us that while issuing the demand note, it should be this very person to serve the demand note. But this one, the people who have taken over the estate of the late are supposed to submit the required documents so that we now change from the person who passed on to the current person who bakwasiza obusobozi hali enjwejo. So we're supposed to kufuna write up kuruga mwinyo bakama benjo abasigayireho nti ate enjwenu ekujunanizibwawo nankana bira bijulize kugenda mu kooti nogenda mu kooti nekukwasaki obusobozi. That's how we are supposed to issue demand notes. But on the property roll, sometimes it may be difficult for council to change in Kombagambiri into roll in to kola ye myaka inga myaka 5, and it is very expensive kugarukayo mu ba surveyors to say now you print, and it is not a matter of saying you are going to delete, because kiragiro a property roll, it is a law itself. That's why even when you are handling issues of complaints, it was someone at a level of a principal magistrate who was the chairperson to handle those complaints. So it is a law, and even whatever we do, we have to follow the law. So unless if in the public there is someone to supplement on the questions.
I want to add on.
Okay, Mayor wants to supplement before we pick others. Yes.
I've seen in some, okay, there's somewhere where I captured until much as we want this property tax, that Hoima City is still wanting a building zero worth kurugamu akasente kasemire. Yes, naito tukusaba the landlords tukubasabira, kandi we are even encouraging other investors to come and invest in the city, nuko tuongera kuba muna buildings zamani, nuko kurora anti property tax na yarugayo esemeire. And even in the current landlords can even improve on the building, on the structure. Nuko kurora ngu na yeyongeireho value, then naitwe twayongeraki value kufunayo esente semerere. So this is a duty of you and me. Rundo, it is a teamwork tuyambangane okurora nti we come up with properties eziri ha standard ya Hoima City. At the end of balizege hansonga ya plan approval holidays. TC, you didn't capture this. Mukuru gwa gambirege kakusangwa abayo plan approval holidays. But I can't take quarter in her plans. Government in ebihindukiremu bingi. I think we shall have a sensitization program, and even the LOCs then we shall bring you on board n'abantu bona okubasobora ha changes eziri on bintu ebikwata ine habya plan binu approving plans nebindi nkebyo. But the detailed things have changed. So if your plan approval, I cannot say much. That's where we stand. Then ekinde kinkwenda kuongera hiraka kiri about property tax assessment aragambirege mu byalo okwo nti abantu batafune good information about this. Nkwenda kuikiriza nti ombwire bw'abakulu bano bakabali ha ground ni bakole evaluation. The truth is nti obundi basangayo ga abapangisa rundi the tenants ati information ni bagiha haba tenants rundi information ni bagiha abasangirweho. So at times obundi they would give wrong information. Of course a tenant will not disclose rundi rent in Sasuraziti na waina kutembyaki class. Hatuno esanga obundi evaluation nayo eino mulinge beremu affected, but then even the building would matter. So nikyo tugambira nti bwakuba akiarumu challenges nkezo otabeho rundi ebintu byokulera sente zabazirwe ebintu byomulingo nkogo chance town clerk agambire chance ekiaroho you come ija baramara kwa demand note you appeal handika oije wenwe turakisanga ngo gali mazima esente zikubazirwe tiziri worth that tukija kwikiranizangana hakinte kisemeriri otafera yoko okacomplainingirayo okatanika kwejumya city authorities you come troleki okora habokuba you never know tabeho then abairona abachairman LC1 abombainenge ni bachungio omutwe ni bahakana nti batabe part of this exercise. Hali batabaire baitu abakuru bakaheka yombishwe kabyanyu nkyo tugambira omugisa kyaroho leka toyambise offices zaitu leka toyambise abakuru baitu then we harmonize toletwe hamwe omulimo gusemira.
Otyo muno meya. Yes. Leka tupikinge set endi yebikaguzo bitano namba emu ibiri namba 1 ngo samiga namba ibiri chamani Kasasa 3 chamani Kiganda what mkyaro chamani wa Kiganda obaloa loa namba 4 namba 5 kangaruka chamano Mboine Johnson 5 ngugwa good tugende.
Thank you very much, TC. My name is Biamukama Solomon. I work with Mirak as a legal officer. Mirak is just down here. So my first question is, from where I sit, I understand tuina properties nyingi hana Hoima City eziri mu concentration, eziri mu kooti. Musanga property eri mu kooti kandi kiterobire bwingi property egyo eri mu kooti. Ekooti tekachwiremu oha mukama wayo rundo oha ina right. So property nkezo kakusinga property gemara mu kooti myaka 20 oba 10 kote karangira mukama wayo omuntu ogwa kusasura bakugamba ngwe ombiro nyonka bandi mu kooti ntaka fonire rundi full ownership rundi rights. So ege myaka tinja gisasura. That's my first question. And my second question, begini nihirangu our sister Rehema Kawizege agambiregewe omukumanya kwaye ngo Disability Act inakakwakulizo akagamba ngo abantu abalina obulemu abalina properties tibalina kusasura. So ekitimuka kibalizoho okuba nyomba nitekereza kyake nikyo kityo twekambe properties zetu zihandikise omabara gana abantu abalina obulemu nikutusasura tuhalo musorogo. Then wekinte kindi kikwenda kwabuza abunkwani nisoma kana katabu kanu kakoleka ngu omusoro guno ogwa property tax gukurugira muno ha gross rental value yekyombeko ekyo muntu akubaina tune byombeko ebyombekebwa abantu batena bigendero byo kubipangisa. For example tinke hotel en yoke ekombekebwa eina kuba mkamwa ina itagebe hotel atena mu kigendero kyo gipangisa omuntu ondi aliyo nke somero ezombekebwa olina itagebe somero etaina mu kigendero kyona kyo kugama ngo erapangisibwa na makolero agandi ebyo mubibara muta kulwangu byasasula property tax mwebale muno.
Thank you. Number 2 abayegese miga.
Otyo muno wetu TC Semiga Pitani y'essibala lyange omusajja omusayigi mwehu abaliisa mujikulu abapiina nyewendi hano ndi musajja mulimi kandi omuliisa batu atakusimiko kamu nkulengaho crossinga kuruga bintu ebikulisa n'okulima ntandike agro processing kandi ebintu ebikozere products zange ezimu nze nazo hano ziro hano nabwekyo tugaruke ya subject what TC itwe kabaikara ground tulira bingi kandi tuleera bingi okusigikira bya chairman Wilberforce Musinguzi byagambirege kikuniza muno kandi kikusuwaza. The key stakeholders abakubali mu engagement eno tibarumu acho ahiriga abantu amatingoza gagarukamu bayitu key stakeholders kajotika n'abana batu hati ekintu ekivuga kityo obasanga mu court tribunal bakakweta for engagement tax engagement wayanga kwija kyokati kandi n'omuntu omu tegwetekeire ngwabangerekere emisoro ekozereki eri haiguru muneegi okondugireyo okwo waitu nkyayongera kugumya kokundya ground but tax assessors by the differences zaabwe inywe abali haiguru a high table ezimutamanya but tax assessors of course obutukale mukyalo nk'okwo hati tuli mu government ya multipartism ogenda kusanga ntukuga mu kyalo kutumanyangana onu wa UPC, onu wa FDC, onu wa anti, onu wa NRM n'abandi hati n'abantu bonka aba tax assessors baba na differences zaabu n'amanya ngo hati jondi wa NRM hati ekyombo kingiro wa FDC campaigning enti hakwako orikintu nanka ay muno bwalwana no bwabaza balokwa aida influence eri ngwakuba wetaliwe kitebe kinu nanka listen that aida koraki kumkwasi zaba kuba ko kwagama ko mukayikuru akotrabye okuli abi kandi ekintu ekindi osakusanga bad differences zabo bakatomberangana rundi haitaka rundi abakazi rundi kiki ebitya mulingo okoko hati agama ngo otyo ati nkwasize nabwe kibintu ebi mukamu wange town clerk biliyo inyo tibahika bikangira muhanda bayite ebyo biliyo kandi ekindi harumu secretarianism obandi basesinga emisolo egi bagamba ati onu munyankole oli mururu oli muruli oli muhi
oluguudo so nyakusabira enkanya abasite management nti tweyongere kusirimuka hansi obundi tugenda rediyo ntugambira abantu obuheereza buli batabuta nimanya titeri blame habokuba nkamanyisibwawo nti ekisaala ekikolwa kiri temporary baitoke omugiso gubi omezi abiri ekisaala nkunira onkenjule bweragwa emirundi nk'esatu kijja kuba kitakyalabibwawo habwa byakozere baitu challenge ekyalo hakumanyisa abantu obuheereza bugenda buta buyijja buta ola kwenda politician ayimuke kyalera agende mwameya mugamba oluguudo lukolebwe lwije lukolebwe wetamanyire nti alwa amatendero oluguudo olwo n'esente zizikulaba mugenda kuturuka so ntusolozaga emisoro tuyina obujunaanizibwa bw'okwegesa n'abantu ba hansi nti
Chairperson, thank you for raising that very, very important issue. I must make a general statement kubanza. Nti ekintu kyona ekyoine rundi system yona enyakuroho, however good it is, has room for improvement. Bitwakurira bino byona byokusoloza omusoro binahali byatandikire bigenzere nibabisemeza kandi tukunihira ngo mu maiso oko bijja kuba nibisemera kukira omulingo biri saha zino. Ishu yalesere ekwataho okukwataniza hamu n'abachairpersons ab'ebikale ebyo service obwekuba negenda kuba nekolebwa mu kiikalo ekyo. Ideally nuko kisemerire kuba kyasemerire kuba service yona ekolebwa omu kiikalo kya chairperson ekyo rundi omuseero rundi mu ward abakulu b'ekiikalo ekyo batamanyire. And we promise as a city, because we want to improve our city. Mwijuke city yaitu ene kyali nto. It is a very young city. Ebitekerezo byanyu tukubyetaaga so that we can be able to build the city together, tukole ebintu ebisemere kwali bikolebwa hamutindo gwabyo. We want to pick good practices kuruga na handi, but at the same time kuruga mulinywe nimutwereza amagezi nitukora hamu kuranga twayihamu mulimo. We want to work with you and we promise to kuba transparent as a city. Tubagambire ke bitugenda ku bantu habokuba butukuba tuize mutamanyire kikuba nikimanyisa tuine bitukusereka tituine bitukusereka byona akantu bukakuba kali kataito tujja kubagambira kanu kataito ekitaroho tubagambira kino tikiro haro ebyome bitaine. Ekyakasatu kumalira I think is the transparency. Transparency. We shall be transparent. We shall involve you. And we want to work together to become innovative. Mulingo kutubaini tukora guhinduke. But at the same time I must mention White Town Clerk. Ngo a meeting zino buzirabaga zeserwe. Abakuru muijege. Mukuru Peter Semega baina kibazo.
Ego.
Twesere meeting abantu tibayizire kandi omuntu ugo yina tayizire. Ebaine bisomesebwa ni bazibwa nibyagenda kunyegera nti bano bankora kubi. Tika tuijege. At the same time holding accountable. Mugambe mutwe programu umwange mukwije yodi. Inyo basite umwaitu mukwije yodi. It's not enough kubagambira tujja kwija without telling you when nemirundi itukubantu ijaho. As a city we shall come up with a program and a schedule. Umulingo tukwija kubantu babungira tukoragane hamu tubamanyise na program zaitu kuzigera. Webale muno maitu.
Kale muno otyo muno speaker. Kangende ha Mirak. Mkuru kuruga Mirak akagwizege gekaguza about the properties which are in contestation ziri mu court. Of course, a property iri mu court over ownership matters. We cannot now, we do not have Kiza was wabona baikani baija meeting. Omunyor magara arohano he can testify because busawo meeting ya misingire gonze muza twikaire meya za ikaire na yeta. So inokuba abayireho kizibu kindi abwaki batayizire baitu. They are very responsive baikaine baija kyonkwenda kibagumiza tutulina mu obuzibu bwona nabo. Mayor ajamalirire na 25%. 25% na chama LC sakana wakirezengera 25%. Nkwenda mu appreciating changes zero. Tubanza tusimente aroho ebintu ebyahindukiremu. Ebiku tutalibanizamu kyonkani ni hiranti mu busome butali bwahara ebintu bino bijja kuterekera. Bwe twali tuli city, I mean municipality, teka kimalirire. So tikiri kigenderwa anti kasente kanu bakalemeire kukabahereza. Baitu hainamu alimu ekizibu aho tinkabaire kufuna package yona hali bayikire but sofa ekizibu ni aho kiri saha zino as a city tukyabagana esente 50 by 50 zemusoroza atano gasigara hali atano nagaserimuka ifo so ni aho obuzibu buli baitu minister I think ekiragire akakipresentinga mu parliament balimu bakibaga bwire bwona kijja kuba nikiraba baterekereze ebintu bya 25%. Kiragiro nikyo kikyatalibanize mu kusharing esente ezo. That's what I can say about it. Mayor mbaye ninsaba o responding issues zindi za
batyo muno Amkuru town clerk kusobora bya 25% kandi nuko bikali betu kusaba ebintu bijja kusemera nyo kwenda ku responding hansonge raising rege my colleague honorable Peter ensonga yogamba nti habire bwa assessment muno obunda abamu personal feelings abamu rundi politics onu wa kaleti nebindi baitu nkwenda kugumiza the landlords and the people here nti evaluation ene ekaba nekoro ya property tax the team ekaba nekoro evaluation ene etabe ya Hoima hano. This was a different company teri ya Hoima hano kandi kabeta kumanya kala kabeta kumanya ono musagi akasagi koha nebintu ebindi nkebyo kwiyahe kaba nehondera ekiragiro kikubaragira kora ebyo bitabemu kugumya evaluation yaitu ene ya property tax ebyo bitabe kizibu halitwe kwiyaho ensonga ege bweraba nekwatana assessment ezindi zino eza business licenses ezo ekyo tukinotingire tujja kihondera but again isangire gembali zeira omubazi guli we are going to be working as a team moving as a team naitwe on ground obutukwikayo tujja proving ebyo biraba biri tujja kwehabuza habwake omuntu ono nasasula ziti kandi oli nasasula ziti so I think that will be a solution to that but for property tax be assured nti team yabaine nekoro mulimo guno ekabeta ino wemanyire ha ground nikyo babaine ne bakoro mulimo guno with the chairperson LOC1s then nabantu abandi nkabo abali ne babakonyera on ground ensonga endebaire ki town clerk ensonga endebaire oredogi balizoho yaba landlords abatasobere ku attending this meeting. It is true twikaire nabo mu engagement zikwaukana kandi bali cooperative kandi kindi kimwenda kubamanyisa nti aba landlords bano they organized baina leadership yabo baina chairperson na committee yabo so tukuba tufailingire kubafuna hano mu such engagement nituongera ku engaging leadership yabo okurora twayarenjinga rundi twahika information ebintu bitukuba tuhanwire nkabino ekimanyire kurungi chairperson aba omukuru Kasoro Kyamanywa and other members on the committee kandi tukamanya in that style kijaga kutukonyera sharing information sharing challenges nebintu ebindi nkebyo so mutatina muteralikira tutekereza inakuba kibayiroho but we are still with them can we still consult them kutubesere in this engagement
kale otyo muno mayor
and maybe mbaze
Then-
assessment kuyakozero
okay she has something to add on then we
and maybe ekisange gekihabuzibwa enyuma tutakigarukiremu kibayirege nti abantu abakusinga batamanye evaluation eno bagibaraga bata kiberege kikaguzo kandi twakizora ngo akatabu kanu kalo mu lulimi olwa butalingu buli muntu akurwetegereza kandi twagamba tukietegereze to be translated hati nkwenda kibazaho nti ekintu kyokubanza leadership yaitu eroho tukatandika ni to reducing the percent kurora tuorobeizemu kisangirege kiraising ruoho representative abasubizi waba landlords that into obundi nobundi nketagisaga kwetegerezanga ngana obaru mu challenge covid ebintu ebindi nkebyo So it from day one leadership enero byaizire tukasanga evaluation percentage rate eri 8% twagigara ha 5%. Ensonga ekaba kworobezaamu tutagumirwa tusobole okusasula omusolo ogwo. Ensonga ya kabiri ekaba kulola nti ba landlords basobole kusigazaho akasente kasemerire nuko batukonyere okurakuraniza ebyombeko, okurakuraniza kuhindura structures kuranga ebyombeko byagenda ha mutindo gwa sito gutukwetaaga. Ensonga ya kasatu ekaba nti tukwenda otukuba tukozera oluguudo asigaireho gap between at least landlord otukonyere ku pavinga kuteekaho pavers kusweka gap egyo nuko ettaka lireke kuruga hali nirigaruka mu luguudo olukuba lukozerwe. So ebintu ebikaba nsonga zimwe zatuhambirize okuruga 8% kugaruka 5%. Baitu mu cities ezindi alona abakyali ha 12%. So ege kaboredde first consideration okulora nti twanguhirwe kandi tusoboire okusasula esente ezo. So nokugereka okuroho kwona kubesingire ha 5%. Hati evaluation eno bagikoraga bata. Ebintu ebyo bihandikirwa mu katabu muno kandi obutabu buno tulinabo obwingi muno ha sitoko buliyo bwa busa. Akusobola ku interpreting olujungu, you are free to come and pick as many as you can nuko tuwalire n'abandi basobole obyetegereza. Baitu hati nkwenda kubolekya hano aruhe example kibatuserere mu katabu muno omulingo evaluation enu kubaizire ne bagikora. Ekintu kyokubanza property tax tukisobolerwege nti esente zino nugwo omusoro gukyajingwa hakyombeko ekikutahya sente. Runde kyombeko kyokolesa business nikimanyisa nawe wine kyokoramu ekikutahyaki sente rundo inamu bapangisa rundi kiba kusasula nayo notayaki sente. Hata evaluation nenu babazaga kusigikira kwetegereza kyo kitahya sente zingaha omu mwaka. In most cases obundi ba interviewingaga n'abapangisa abasangirweyo musasula muta. Hati assessment egyo nabaho percent totobe kuberugiremu percent ekulekerwa landlord kuba nasobola nawo kuba na magoba nokwirukaniza nokurakuraniza ekichweka n'ebindi nkebyo. Then arona percent ere tugambire eya 5% eyaitu eitukuija kuba ntusaba nka property tax. Hata ekizampe kituhaire mu katabu muno nkino kyo hanu bakakolesa nkobogamba oina ekyombeko kyawe oina murundo mupangisa rundi okucharginga emitwaro 3 omuntu akusasula emitwaro 3 omwezi gumu. Babale emitwaro 3 emirundi 12 12 niyo emyezi 12 omwaka ki gumu. Hati nosanga nti mu mwaka okutahya emiliyoni 3.6. Hata emiliyoni 3.6 nohaina kuruga 30% eri ya mukama wekyombeko na 5% eyaite tukubara nkaki nkomusoro rundi nka tax ya property tax. So bokondera kurunga ekizampo kinu bakukwata emiliyoni 3.6 nibaihawo 30% etukugambire magoba ga mukama wekyombeko miliyoni 3.6 nosanga nti aruha magoba ge miliyoni 1.8 ago gali ga landlord rundi ga mukama wekyombeko. Hati no weyongera ino kibalira nobara emiliyoni 3.6 obo kwiyaho emiliyoni 1.8 agetweserege magoba ga landlord nituba tusigaize emiliyoni 2.52. Hati itwaho ntontu ija ntugamba ha miliyoni 2.52 nituyaho 5%. Eyabaire 8% hatu twagigara haki ha 5%. Hati 5% eze zikurugamu ito nugwo musoro gwo tukuba ntusaba obo ogwo guli gwo mwaka ki gumu. Tukietegerize arechikaguza Yes, amahoteli nago of course entaha yayo we base on the incomes. Esente zikoraki ezekutahya. There is that assessment. Tibo tubajja tukwasesinga nkabapangisa. Hati bakwasesinga incomes eza hotel ezekutahya omu mwaka, then we get the 5%. Kandi nkunihira abakama baitu kakusanga twetegereza formula eno. Teri formula tinja gamba mbi mune kumigiriza. Habokwa we need each other tukwenda kuleta services nuko kurora nti naiwe kyombeko kyawo halikiri ebundala biro oluguudo lulungi lunda abayiroho etaara n'ebintu nk'ebyo. So tujja kuhindura katabu kano twongere okusobola ebintu ebindi Mukama atukonyere n'aba partners baitu tukateeke mu lulimi olutukwetegereza. Obukiraba kitabaire ekyo ha engagements to planning ebibaraza n'ebindi tujja genda maiso kuba nitukoraki nitusobora ntuinterpreting ebintu bino. Baitu nkatauni kilaka kwagambirege habukwa the chairpersons mukaba na challenge abantu baingi babahikiraga nibagaba babazire kandi tebakora business. Yes, akisoboroirege nti bakabarwa tumanyire orubuga nirukura nyenkyo ja kusanga halo kurare fokere hoteli rundo gifoire commercial business. So ebintu nuko biri biti tukusaba tweyambise offices zaitu okwetegereza ebikusinga.
Kale katukangiraho aba questions and answer bampairege dakika 3 ndire dakika nyibireho dakika 2. Waitu director oranganyira abo ku exceedinga mu bwiro obu kandi ebikaguzo byaliyo bingi muno kyonka we are still going to have more and more engagements. We shall be addressing them. Mwebale muno ku participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of this session, the town clerk, Hoima City, together with Her Worship the Mayor, for ably answering some of these concerns from the members. Members, as an educationist, I want to inform you that naturally, we have two theories in education. One is the X theory, and two is the Y theory. One says that naturally man is always lazy and does not want to work. The second one says no, man is not lazy. He needs to be motivated in order to work. Therefore, when it comes to taxes, ideally, including myself, nobody would have loved to pay taxes. Naturally, umusoro gwaki. Kakusanga kolas bukintu kino buhereza buraba ni buli batakurungi. Nobokuba oina bilioni rukaga account. Bakagamba sasura milioni emu yonka. Habwaki. Naturally, man is always like that. But because the demands are high, and if we are to improve on our city, there is need for improved service delivery, and thus we need support of one another through property tax payment. Omwango okwo mwaitu okwo hali nyikara basessors of Vaizire bakangambira. Honorable Hurakan, abasessors of Vaizire last year mwango okwo bakangambira ngu ba landlords abamu bakayiruka ngwaizira baki bemisoro mutagamba ndo ku ndikyo kuhura nibagambira baba assessors of Vaizire bakaguza bapangisa banyu inyu hanu rent musasura zinga ngo atusasura mitwale 5 buli kwezi hairemba aliyo bayingango tuliyo bati kandi kanyuma tuliyo bati nibakora calculations babo landlord ayirukire nikyo kim when it comes to such invitations about property tax, bakugambirege obayirege n'olubimbiri okukora bakugamba oyire ngo hano tuyizire batwesere mu HB baitu batweserege boma hamusomo nkagunu ogam owagenda boma baitu ate bwe batwesera HB ntaimawo katugende tomanya bakutugambira karungi ka standard ya HB twasobora kuyija abamu baketebwa therefore baitu habukuba man ideally does not want to pay taxes, and the moment you invite him or her about and the issue is about taxes, he says he has no time for that. So therefore the city will continue to engage our various stakeholders to ensure that they are brought on board okusasura emisoro. Ensonga ezimwe zimuraisingire zikaba beyond us. For example, Busaha yahandikire baruha na gamba government ngo emisoro tugitwekege Kampala. It was a directive. Local revenue kugenda mu central coffers. Ekyo tukabataina muligo guona. There are issues that need revision by parliament. You can also engage your members of parliament on some of these issues, because some of them are beyond our management as a city authority. Hatobo nkubaza nka an educationist. For example, remittance of revenues direct to central coffers was not a request by local governments. For example, if you think there is double taxation of local government property tax vis-a-vis rental tax, these are issues that Parliament has to handle. But as of now, property tax and rental tax are different. Property tax is handled by the local government and rental tax is handled by URA. These are issues that if you feel not contented with the two, they are issues members of parliament can handle. Atobo ntabuka urujunguni ruchamuka. Ndugireyo tata, ndugireyo garuka baingana garuka. Ladies and gentlemen, we agreed that by 1 p.m. we should be ending up this engagement. In the absence of the RCC, the city mayor is around. Only Brian Kaboyo Nwataro, but city mayor, Muruzi's presentation is superb, and therefore is around and has capacity to close this half-day engagement. And we are therefore going to the closing ceremony, and I want, as we come to the closing ceremony, to invite the two officers who started engaging us, the Natukunda and the colleague, to come over for the closing remarks. And in the second person, we'll invite Her Worship, the Deputy Mayor, to close this half-day engagement officially. Madam, you are most welcome to this closing session. The mic is yours.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for our dear guests. Thank you for accepting our invite. We really appreciate your time. We really appreciate your time and really appreciate your concerns. There are certain things that we did not know about. This is why we have this civil engagement, so that we can know what you're facing at regional level, at local level, so that we can bring it up to national level. So we thank you for your feedback. We thank you for your time. And I think in areas where the questions have not been addressed, you can always reach out to your local government, and then we can bring things up to the big people to, like he said, If it can't be solved at local level, it can always be brought to Parliament and it can be adjusted. So with that, I'd like to thank you, everyone, for your time, for coming. And then maybe you can have a closing remark from my colleague. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. Yes, first of all, I would like to add to what my colleague has said by thanking you all, and I request that we give a round of applause to the Director of Programs who has steered us this far. Please join me in thanking him. Yes. He has been thanking everyone, but we've not thanked him for the good work. And also, I would like to request that we give another round of applause to the leaders here who have devoted the whole morning of a working day to this meeting. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, and lastly but not least, yourselves for putting aside your busy schedule. It's a working day. There are businesses, there are properties which need to be supervised. There is work in your respective offices that needs to be done, but you chose to be here. So I would like us to give ourselves a louder hand clap. Thank you. Yeah. As USA DRM4D, we've taken note of the conversation that has been had, especially during the plenary when you are asking questions and getting responses. We can't promise so much at the moment, but these are things that we are looking into and trying to see how we can continue to support beyond what we have done so far. In terms of engagement, indeed, yesterday we had an opportunity to move around the outskirts of the city and see how there are areas of the city which still need a lot of engagement. And I told the colleagues from Nzuri who I was with yesterday that as DRM4D, when we come, we only rotate around the tarmac, but the city is bigger than the area that has tarmac. So we need to do engagements in the different villages beyond meeting 30, 50, 60 people here at HB. We need to sit under a tree somewhere at the division office and meet with property owners in those areas, because they are also grappling with the questions you're asking here today. And the need to translate some of the material. Nzuri and Riponami had already done some work in terms of translating, but we can do more than that. So that is something we can also try to look into and see if in the next year we can translate these materials into local languages. Without saying too much, once again, thank you for devoting your time and putting aside your work to be part of this conversation. Thank you, Riponami and Nzuri, for convening this, and we look forward to more engagements going forward. Thank you. Director Dwight, or thank you very much, please.
I had requested Ndogo to invite the guest of honor, but now that the guest of honor has arrived, the director of programs can handle that at this high level. Our guest of honor, the resident city commissioner, Mr. Donanto Kasigazi John Williams, the deputy resident city commissioner, Hoima East. I take the honor to welcome you. You're most welcome to the closing ceremony. Guest of honor, we've been here since morning, and here are stakeholders in Hoima City, and we have been here particularly on the issue of property tax. You are all aware, guest of honor, that Hoima City was elevated from a municipality to a city status in 2020 by government, and we appreciate that. And secondly, it was hoped that now that Hoima City is at that level, services will be better. Unfortunately, resources have not been good because the envelope has not been forthcoming to meet the standards of the city. And thus a need to involve stakeholders to ensure that people pay property tax, people are motivated to pay it, encouraged to pay it, and even when they pay it, there is value for money. People are contented with what the money is going to do. These stakeholders have raised their concerns about this tax, and we have resolved that they are going back to advocate for the payment of this tax. However, there could be some challenges where they feel that there could be double taxation, especially on property tax vis-a-vis rental tax. This is a matter that government needs to take up, possibly even with members of parliament. And they have agreed that when government has provided services, let it give accountability to the people. If you have come to work on my road in my village, let the chairperson LOC1 gets to know that company X is working on this road and it is going to upgrade your road up to this level, rather than seeing graders coming in their villages without their knowledge. So a lot has been said, and it is my honor, therefore, to invite Her Worship the Mayor to come and invite you to close this half-day engagement.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, you are most welcome. I know you've been engaged somewhere, but we welcome you. Better late than never. Before I invite the guest of honor, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, all of you, for coming, and in a special way, I want to appreciate our partners for bringing us together. Well done. To our host, thank you for hosting us this morning. To our chairperson, LOC1s, LOC2s, thank you for being available whenever we need you. And thank you for all advice we've got from you. To our landlords, thank you so much for coming on behalf of all other landlords in Hoima City. And to our leaders, thank you for the commitment you've shown. I have noted some outcomes from this engagement. Going forward, I've noted them, and I want to commit and promise that we are going to fulfill them, God willing. I want to thank the partners. The first thing I had noted was translating the handbook. You've already offered and committed to help us in this. Thank you so much, and may God help you do the needful. As City Authority, going forward, we have a plan to pay a visit to all the landlords. It may not be a one-day thing, but we promise we shall be visiting you one by one where possible, and we share on some few challenges, because we've realized there are those ones who have never attended even a single engagement. But again, we need them on board, and there are issues we need to handle both parties. Engaging the LOC1, LOC2 in tax mobilization, and whenever we have a project in the area, it's well noted, and we are going to be doing that. We are sorry where it was not done. Engaging landlords leadership, that is one of our missions. We shall continue engaging the leadership, because we believe this is one way of sharing the information to all the landlords. We have one thing we didn't talk about. I want just to inform the landlords that as city leadership, we came out with an idea and we are going to implement it. Going forward, we are not going to approve a plan if you don't have a ramp on your building. A ramp. Rundi baketa batamulinyoro. Ekitwala bizoho rundi ekitugenda kuteeka mu nkola nti bw'olaleetaga pulaani yaawe rundi kusaba pulaani yaawe. Ha pulaani yaawe olawotolekeze nti ogenda kuteekaho access ey'omuntu ayinaho obulema kusobola ku accessinga building egyo. Kabe yawe y'okulaalamu, kebe y'okukoramu, kebe ki. We shall not approve that. Representative Anna tugambirege, we are all candidates. And ubundi no tukayikura wesanga amadaara n'ebintu ebindi ebyo ne bitutalibaniza. So we should take this serious nti nobora n'okola plan yawe, make sure oteiroho that provision rundi oteiroho access egyo kulola nti ofunira omugenyi asobole kwanguhirwa. Then ekya paving, landlords, we still request you, please help us, because we reduce this % knowing that you are going to help us at least pave that space between the road and your building. And I request even landlords abayine ebyombeko hali tuyine ebikuubo byo. Whenever we are doing Keep Hoima City Clean, tusanga challenges mu bikuubo okwo, tusangayo ebintu ebitasemiire ebikyaswaza orubuga lwaitu. But one way yokulora to avoiding ebintu ebyo, tukubasaba the landlords mu paving obukuubo obwo kandi mu bufoole business areas, kira nikisoboka nimusaa kudubulayo amaduuka nukwo abantu baleke kweyambisa ebicweka ebyo kubikozesa ekintu ekitasemiire. We promise and we are committed, we shall be sharing information to the stakeholders, to the community, whenever there is a need. I want to assure the chairman from Waziti, Kibingo somewhere there, atusabirege nti akyaroho information gap okusobora the community rundi omutezi wa Karuru procedures zinu zigenda zita emirimu ya government ekolweta ukirakiri kisaaru n'ebindi nkebyo. We've noted it and we are going to organize and we are committed tujaga kwikara ntusobora abantu bakyetegereze. However, at times on the other side I blame our side as political leaders. At times we promise heaven and earth when we are looking for votes. Obundi nitubaza kandi bya government enkola yabyetali nk'obutubibalize. I think that's where we find a challenge. Nosanga nti expectations is more than what we can deliver. So I promise on behalf of city leadership that what I've noted we are going to share kandi turole turugiremu na roadmap rundi work plan okurora twabiteeka mu nkola. However, nkusaba the landlords abali hano n'abantu nywena nti twegegumiisirizangana, because we also have challenges as leaders, and we have challenges obutukuba delivering these services. Good enough, it was already mentioned. The biggest challenge is revenue nobwekuba collectingirwe inakubanza agenda mu center, and coming back it takes a lot of time. In most cases osanga if we are in July nosanga nti revenue ya June nimuhika almost in the mid of July or even towards the end, na revenue ya June etakahikire, and yet services zina kuba zigenda maiso. So it is the biggest challenge we are facing. We request for patience kandi n'okwataniriza hamu okurora nti twayetegerezangana ekizibu kinu. Lastly, I want to give you hope. Nti Hoima City is a baby city, but the rate, the speed, it's growing on. Erendaira muno. So we believe nti ebintu ebindi bijja kusemera as we are moving on, kandi nebitakasemeire bikwijja kusemera. Tukyali bato, baitu kandi tukurora ntukura, kyonka habukwataniza n'amaani ganyu notunihira okukura hakijuko ky'amaani muno. So we request you to kwatanize, let's share the challenges, let's share where we need to help one another to see that our city grow to what we want. Nebigambo ebyo nimalira nimbasiima muno, mwebale muno okwijja, kandi nekire kindi butulibaraaliza leka tuyijege, kandi nimalira nimbasaba nti ebituhanuire hanu nanye mugende mubisharinge rundi mubigambira abatabaire hanu nuko basobola okufuna information eno. Nyebundalize nkwenda okutwala omugisa guno okuyimukya omugenyi waitu omukuru Aboki RCC Hoima East, oije obeho nekyogamba kandi otukingire this engagement. Mwebale kumpulereza.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, Hoima City. I have seen our town clerk here, our speaker, Hoima City, Bwana Peo, and of course who has been the master of ceremonies, our stakeholders, especially USAID and other partners, and then of course you extinguished stakeholders. First of all, I have to say that good afternoon. My name is Kasigas Williams Donanto, and by the God's grace, I am the Deputy Resident State Commissioner in charge of Hoima East Division. First of all, I want to bring my apologies for coming late, but it was not my own making. Myself and my senior commissioner, Badru Mugabi, and the RCC of Hoima West, we had our end of security meeting, which is mandatory, which we are supposed to have at the end of the month. And we had a lot of issues to discuss, but of course, security was key. And I strongly believe in whatever we are discussing here. We cannot discuss about development, we cannot discuss about, property tax, we cannot discuss about you people having a very good environment to work in or maybe to invest without discussing about security. So that's why we are involved in security. As at one time, His Excellency the President said, it was one of the quotes, that if you think security is not important, is not a priority, you go and invest in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I can bet, if they can invite all of you, that you go to DRC, especially the eastern part, to start any business, you'll say, you first wait until the Operation Suja is done. Then it is when I'll go there. Are you getting it? So that's why I have come late, but I hope my apologies, you have really accepted my apology. So first of all, I want to thank this engagement. This engagement is key, and I strongly believe it has come at a time when Hoima City is really developing at a very high speed. And I want to tell you, I have been engaged especially in benchmarking, especially as we move with the team from the city. You would see that our development is at a very, very high speed compared to other newly created cities, apart from Mumbarara. So that means when you are discussing about property tax and other issues, this is very key and it is timely. First of all, on the issues of property tax, I always encourage our people here in Bunyoro sub-region or Albertine that the city you see here is not developed because government is the one investing in money. The way how you look at our city, even this infrastructure here, it is because of you people here. So I want to take this opportunity to thank especially our people from Bunyoro sub-region who thought it wise that it is important to come back at home and invest our money here. So I cannot take you for granted. And I want also to encourage, especially our brothers and sisters who are within the country or they are in diaspora, you people also to encourage them to come back and invest in this region. There is no one who is going to invest in this region who is going to come from United States or in Europe, but it is you. And if you don't do it, there are some people who are going to volunteer on your behalf and invest their money here. And then you start making noise that you see, we are just watching. So the question would be, when these people are investing in their money, where were you? Are you getting me? So this is very, very important. That these issues, you know, there have been some myth. You know, Bunyoro and Toro sub-region, I always tell people that the difference is the similarity. They have these issues. You see, when I invest my money here, they will kill me. Mbaija kundoga, nabaija koraki, bagiri itema, it's everywhere. Eh? But please, you come and do your work. And I want to tell you, some of these people who say such things are the ones with no money. When you have money, when you're building a 5-storage building, so how can really a poor person come and say, I'm going to bewitch you? You bewitched, do you have money? The answer is no. And I always tell people that have you ever seen a rich person wasting his time on witchcraft? Or even these people who abahereze ebahara. Or abaino hu mugaigar kuhereze ebahara. Ninyo murambaini. Bano aba tunankera abana baitu abo. So obogenda kukora mu research kubetegezo uramba ba describing. Orora ngo omuntu abalukubi muno. Are you getting it? So you people, I want to encourage you, please invest in money. And actually, muroreho na bagenzi banyu abandi. So that this region can move very, very fast. But also, property tax is key. Omusoro murungi. But I think the question has been, when you pay your tax, is there value for that tax? I think that has been the question. And sometimes it also makes you feel like as if it lets you down. You're like, even if we are paying, but we don't see anything happening. And I think this is the reason why our partners are coming in to come and encourage us, especially we as leaders, that we have a responsibility to give an accountability. That you people, as you pay your tax, but you should also come and give an accountability. We say, the money that we collect from you, this is what we are doing. And good enough, currently, the government is investing in a lot of money, billions of money, to have good infrastructure. I'm talking about roads. And I want to tell you, Hoima City, as we talk right now, we have the best road network in the country. And I think some of you have been moving around. You have seen we are doing what we call ring fencing, the circular roads. And I want to inform this audience that as government, we have, I think, over 700 streetlights, which we are going to install in all those newly created roads. And when the government is investing in a lot of money to have these roads, it simply means they are paving a way for you, especially you people who can invest in, to do your business very well. Because you can imagine if you're having a hotel and the road is not good, will customers come? Even the authorities from the city, they will take some time to come and say, pay this tax, because they feel the road is not really good. But when we have the best road network, it is very, very key for us. It is an advantage to you people that please, you do your work. And it will be our role as leaders to come and make an accountability to tell you that the money we get from you, we are using it for ABCD. And I think it is a promise from we as leaders and my colleagues, because we don't work in isolation, we work as a team, that will have to do that. And I want to promise you, we are going to improve where necessary. If at all there have been some challenges, we are also going to improve. But also I want to call upon my fellow leaders, especially the technical team, that sometimes they also make environment very difficult for you people. At times, I'm not saying in most cases. Especially maybe when you want to have the building plans, maybe if you want to do this ABCD, it becomes a little bit hard. But the good thing now, we are streamlining on the system. It is going to be very, very easy for you to come and do your business. But also soon, we expect to have a policy that is going to guide, especially on these newly created cities, so that it can also help us to broaden the base for you people to continue doing your work. As you are aware, the World Bank decided to cut some of the loans they have been giving to the country. And I want to categorically state that there is no country in the world, there is no single country in the world that has developed because of getting loans. Majority of the countries that access loans from World Bank, even IMF, even if it is from European Union, debts have never, or these loans have never helped any single country to develop. Because I had some Ugandans who were crying, oh, you see now they have cut us, now what are we going to do? I want to tell you, you will not die. Because remember, the moment when we get these loans, we have to pay back. And the interests are always high. So what does it teach us? That now, as a country, as government, especially myself who represents the president here, we have to fight so hard, especially to fight corruption. If we can use our resources very well, and we implement all our plans, I want to tell you there is no need of going to look for loans in the World Bank. And actually for me personally, I said, anyway, this is very good, by the way, for us to reflect and also restructure and see what can we do. So, you people, as you pay this property tax, it is also helping us now to start planning that we can support our own economy using our own money. And I want to tell you, this country has money. We have money. But the only challenge we have been having is this money, sometimes it is swindled. But if we can cut that tape, I want to tell you, there is no any excuse that we should always look for loans, especially from the World Bank, because that money also comes with strings attached. Any small mistake, they say, and you can imagine when the project is still going on, they say, we have cut off you, you are not going to finish the project. I want to give an example. When they were working on the road from Fort Portal Kamwenge Road, so there was an allegation that one of the workers impregnated I think a 15-year-old girl or 17-year-old girl, and just someone wrote to the World Bank. So they stopped the funds, and you can imagine the road had just stopped in the middle of the forest. So, if as the country had not yet planned to say we can use our own resources from our own coffers, that means that road will not have been finished. Are you getting it? So we can also learn hard questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call upon every one of you here that we are the ones who are going to build this nation. We are the ones who are going to develop this region. There is no one who is going to come from somewhere to come and develop this region. And I want you to take an advantage, especially on the projects that are going on, especially oil and gas, that this is a great opportunity for you people, especially the local investors. That please take an advantage, invest in your money, and for us as security, our work is to provide for you security, to have a very good environment. And we'll always be there for you so that you do your work. But also we want to request you that be mindful. You know we are neighboring Congo. That the people who are coming to your businesses, your people who are coming to your hotels, it is very, very important to have a track record so that we can easily get to know, so that we really provide for you a very good environment to do your business, so that all of us, we can move forward. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, and I want to take this opportunity to close this engagement for God and my country.
Shall we stand up for the anthems? Bunyoro kitara tu kugonza olinyi naitwe nitwa vana vihanga abakutamwe kitinisa lero turakorakim tukugize mukama netwijuke kitinisa kihanga lyaitu bunyoro bunyoro kitara tukugonza olinye naitwe nitwa bana bihanga abakutamwe kitinisam o Uganda both thee we lay our future in thy hand, united free for liberty, together will always stand. Thank you very much. We want to thank you so much for coming. Journey mercies as you leave this place. If there are any other administrative announcements, they can tell us. But as of now, thank you very much. If there is anything like lunch, they will also tell us.